Hello, good day, hi. How are we doing? It's the final day of the Team Liquid map contest tournament brought to you by Monster Energy, as we have got 4 players remaining, and they're all pretty darn good. Kua takes on Bunny in a best of 7 TVT to start us all off today, get us warmed up a little bit, and to see who will be the first player into our grand finals. The winner of that winner of this series will play the winner of our second semi-finals, Clem versus MaxPax best of 7, all on these new maps. And even more exciting, guys, voting is officially open. I don't have a link for it in the YouTube channel, but if you want it, I can copy-paste it over there. But if you !mark TLMC in the Twitch chat, you will be able to get access to the voting link, and you can vote for your favorite maps from this TLMC that you've been watching over the last few days. What's up, Dcash11B? Thank you so much for the 17-month resub on the Prime, and Sinister on the 6-month resub as well, just a little bit earlier on too. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Let's go into our very first series of the day. We're not messing around. We're not doing some big, crazy intro. We're just going to dive on in and cast some StarCraft 2. It's a best of 7 to start us off. It's best of 7s all day. Yeah, 3 best of 7s coming up. I was toying with the idea of the best of 9 finals, but I actually think 3 best of 7s is just a good amount for the stream. I'm going to regret this when it's like 4-0, 4-0, 4-0. It's like, I could have had one more map. Let's get into it. Let's cast some best of 7 action. Semi-finals here. As in the bottom right-hand side, our red Terran player. This is Bunny. I'm so excited to see him here. He's been doing great so far. He 3-0'd his group, taking out Hero. He took out our only Zerg in the playoffs 3-0 yesterday as he dispatched of Rogue. And he's just been looking very good altogether. Another player that's been looking very cool, calm, and collected is Kua. Also came out on top of his group against Skillus and Mana, most notably, and Fiant, of course, as well. And then he came through a pretty feisty Zaun in the TVP matchup yesterday. Zaun started off with all those carriers, but Kua brought it back, got back on track, and he looked so good in games 2, 3, and 4 to win that series out 3-1 and head into this semi-final matchup right about now. So here we are. It's a beautiful day. I'm excited to share all the games with you as we kick off into the opening game of this best of 7. And we look to see where we are going to go. Like I say, Kua, Bunny, TO7. It's going to be fun. Genuinely very much so looking forward to this. I kind of love that one of these guys are going to make the finals. The way that the drawing worked is that Clem and MaxPax ended up on the same side of the bracket. Typically, the way that things work lately is that Hero would have been on the other side, but because Bunny won his group, he forced Hero down into that round of 8 against MaxPax yesterday, which did not end well for Hero. And hence we have a side of the bracket where we're going to have a player who doesn't typically make the finals. Going to make the finals. I say typically in terms of recent history, because it has been MaxPax and Clem and Hero in pretty much every tournament lately. That's not to say that these guys are not used to seeing the finals. For example, we have ourselves Kua, who is a TLMC champion. He actually nearly went back-to-back in the TLMC, as he won Team Liquid Map Contest number 6, and he went 4-3, or 3-4 against Showtime in the finals of number 7. He lost that one, Showtime, one of our 2 non-Korean victors of a TLMC in times gone by. Kind of crazy as well, I didn't really mention it yesterday, but Hero getting knocked out. Hero has won our last 3 TLMCs. Our last 3! That's pretty crazy, that's pretty bonkers, so Hero going now, we're finally going to see another champion. And I say last 3, the last one was actually a 2v2 and 3v3 and 4v4 event. So the last 3 1v1 based TLMC tournaments we've had, Hero has won. And now no longer. As our Reaper and a couple Marines continue to gather together, and this opening has been pretty standard and slow going here on Incorporeal. I'm enjoying this map. This map that's, well, I've actually already voted on my TLMC maps. This is a map that I actually really like, and I was very tempted to even, so I'll tell you guys another thing is that from tomorrow onwards for our WardiTV Monday and any other WardiTV events, we're going to be using a new map pool. We're removing King's Cove, Neon Violet Square, and Abyssal Reef, and we're going to be adding in 3 of the TLMC maps. The 3 maps I chose to start off with are going to be Sandworm, Killer's Mile, and Persephone. I thought they were kind of a cool standard without being completely... I felt like they were maps that were likely to get played in amongst the other maps that are in the ladder map pool, which was my one of my main concerns. Incorporeal was right up there with a map that I thought was going to be pretty interesting to add in. I just had to pick between a couple, and unfortunately I didn't add Incorporeal in, but that doesn't mean that we won't see it in the future. The best part of it is that we can obviously change the map pool at some point as well, and mix it up a little bit more, and it doesn't necessarily always have to remain the same. So, yeah, for the next month or so, at the very least, we have got a new map pool for WardiTV tournaments, featuring some of these maps. Incorporeal is right up there. It got one of my votes in the TLMC voting phase. So don't let that bias you, but definitely go out there and vote. We're going to be talking about that a lot today. Voting for these maps, reward the map makers for the maps that you think are cool, fun, interesting, have been great to watch. And yeah, go out and vote. The voting usually gets not as many votes as it really should. So get out there and vote. I think that'd be a major plus. And it would be awesome. As Interference Matrix comes up, the Ravens are coming through. We get ourselves one Raven on either side, a second Raven coming about. It's so weird commentating a TVT. Usually when we see a Terran player doing well, it's Clem, and if he comes across another Terran, he plays Protoss. This is only our second TVT of the tournament. Bunny was in our first one. He played Nicorakt in the group stages. But yeah, that was this is only our second TVT of the entire tournament. We don't see this matchup a lot. Hoping for a full best of 7 of it here, because I actually think TVT is a very cool matchup for testing out maps. You get to play a very positional kind of, composition. Tanks are very important. Attacks and counterattacks and movement around the map is super important in this matchup as well. And so you typically get to see some really cool games, and games that are very informative to the map makers of how their maps are working, how their maps are being played. I would say TVT is probably the most useful mirror matchup to play on new maps. And I don't think that PvP and ZVZ are useless. I just think PvP and ZVZ almost need to get to a certain stage for it to matter more, and that stage is less likely to get there in PvP and ZVZ in comparison to the TVT. As our starport is going to go on a little bit of a wander here. Pulling over, reactor is going to lift off. We're going to drop this starport onto the reactor. The barracks moves over to the tech lab. We do have a siege tank, a cyclone, and a couple of units just from Q starting to poke out the front. His third CC is finished, so his economy is looking to get booming here in the very near future. So is Bunny's. His third CC is done as well, just not in position already. Let's just have our units gathering in. And again, Marines, Ravens, and a siege tank going to be coming down. We get a scan going off in the main base as well. And we have another reactor just coming through here on the barracks of QS. So we are going to be heading all the way up to 5 racks. I mean, Bunny's doing the same, just Bunny is a little bit later altogether in his build. He's 2 or 3 SCVs behind. The third base is 30 seconds later to land. The extra couple of barracks are 30 to 40 seconds later to finish. Bunny is just a little bit behind in terms of the build order. Like, nothing's happened in this game. Bunny's not even scouted, right? He's taking the watchtower, that's about it. Same for Q. I was actually going to see this fun watchtower interaction that I've talked about a few times about how you can't really just kind of leave a unit on it because units with range are going to dominate this position. Oh, that's actually really nice, though, because Q wins the Cyclone War. It's a fun watchtower. I actually think this is a bit of a different watchtower. It's very rare that you have 2 sides of it that can't be accessed just by walking around. So I like the usage of that. It's one of the things I thought was really cool about Incorporeal. As we do have Marines, Medivacs, and Ravens continuing down the left-hand side. 1 Marine out the front, the rest of the Marine tank gathering. Vikings and Ravens setting up over to the side as well. You see a few more Marines just trailing across the map. Add a couple of depots on in there. We're actually going to see a little bit of a push forwards right now. There's a couple of tanks. Oh my god, all 4 tanks of Bunny get caught. He does get the Matrixes in return. He dropped an anti-armor missile too, but he doesn't quite have the Marines. And right in the middle of the map here, Bunny is just going to get his tanks out in Matrix. Is it soon enough? No, there's way too many Marines here from Q. He just busts through with 1-1 done as well. Everything about this build from Q was just 30 seconds ahead. 30 seconds ahead, and he just had that much more. And I think he just had less siege tanks too. Like, he didn't lose a tank, and Bunny's had 5 and Q's had 3. So yeah, I actually think it was literally just Bunny's built a few more tanks, and Q's been a little bit more greedy on the economy and the barracks and so on. And that's just apparently going to decide this first game, as unfortunately for Incorporeal, it is just a straight up push and come across the other side. I was thinking about this map a little bit for TVT. I actually think it's pretty cool defensively. I actually think it has a lot of potential to go later in the game. This triangular base is interesting because it protects your main from drops. The triangular base is a base you want in TVT, but it can be set up from like high ground ledges and so I was really thinking that this map may have gotten quite interesting. But yeah, Bunny was just a tad behind, and being a tad behind at this sort of level is obviously not going to get it done. GG says Bunny, and Kira is going to come out of game number 1 with victory in his hands. So Kira gets the 1-0 lead here to start off the day. And we're going to be heading into Steam City for a map 2. in a couple of moments as we get this set up, invited, and all the rest. Alrighty, guys, give us a moment as we just got to get everyone in here, and we'll get this underway. And just a little bit of transparency, this series was played literally like 2 hours ago. Bunny has a very good excuse for not being able to play live. So they played 2 hours ago to just ensure that we weren't going to have issues during the stream, during the live. Yeah, Bunny had a very good excuse, something about family members and big family events, basically, so I'm not spoiling case it's important to keep secret or something, but like he had a good excuse, nothing serious or bad. You know, no negative connotations, just yeah. Just had a good reason. So this one was played, like I say, literally 2 hours ago. So it's fresh, it's new, literally a couple hours later. So it's not live, but like I say, as usual, the only players that know the score are the players. So just let you guys know that. Your money's on the secret marriage, yeah. All right, let me count the casters. We got 10 casters a day. I don't know where they keep coming from. We just keep getting new ones every single day. Anyone I'm potentially missing? I do not think so. Let's go into game number 2 as Kua takes a 1-0 lead over Bunny to start off this series. So, Kua 1, Bunny 0. Kind of hoping that we obviously get a little bit back on track there in his Bunny, because that was truly just, he was a little behind on the build. And this is not going to be a fun series to watch if Bunny is just a little bit behind on the build each and every time, right? So I think that is a, I think that is going to be the big kind of question mark here. Like, Bunny, our builds are not just going to be always a little bit behind, and we're not just always going to die when Kua comes across the map and drops the matrices, are we? So that's what we're hoping to figure out going into this game 2 right now. As in the top left-hand corner, the red Terran player is none other than Bunny. I've been really loving watching him play again. I'm so happy he's back and playing in some tournaments. Really missed him over the last year and a bit. Like, he really was not an online tournament player. I really missed him, and you know, he didn't take part in any of the WardiTV Korean Royale events that we had and so on. Super excited to see him here today. As in the bottom right side, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Kua. Yeah, I was thinking about tournaments coming up and stuff, guys. We actually just this morning announced the WardiTV Boomer Bash event, where anyone of age 28 plus can compete. So that was announced this morning. $3,000 going to be coming up towards the end of March. When I filled that out, I actually realized we don't actually have time for the WardiTV March event, which is something that we were talking about a little bit. So I thought we had like 2 weeks free, but the way it works out, and there's another tournament going on, that's not quite the case. So what we're going to be doing is, I think we're initially going to announce the WardiTV Spring Championship is going to be coming in April. So our first seasonal championship of the year that's going to be building into the overall WardiTV 2025 circuit. So you guys can look forward to the Spring Championship, a bigger event. We're looking for probably at least $5,000 of prize money in there. So that's going to be worked on. When I was thinking about this and kind of what to do and formats and stuff, I was thinking I really want to start doing maybe like a European League again, but maybe like a European League that plays over 2 to 3 months or something. In the past, European Leagues played over like 3 weeks or so, a couple nights a week and stuff like that. But I was thinking maybe just like one night a week we do like European League. And I was thinking, well, if we do that, maybe we could do like one day a week could be like Korean League or Korean Royale, because we've already got the brand for that. So I was thinking about bringing some regional competition back. The problem with regional competition is that you struggle to get enough players to participate. But I think if we just do it week by week, players can maybe play on their own schedule. If they can't play live, for example, it's a weekday as well. It's generally better for the players because they're not trying to go out and have social lives on the weekend like our current problems are with our playoffs of tournaments. I thought that might be kind of cool, so I'm kind of thinking about bringing back the Korean Royale this year in a bit of a different format, and the European League as well. Both, I mean, I think we ran a Korean Royale last year. It would be a reduced prize pool because our crowdfunding for that was all used up, but yeah, some thoughts. Just some excitement, get you guys a little bit stirred up for some WardiTV tournaments that are coming through. As always, if you do enjoy the tournaments, you want to support them, you are very welcome to support the stream in all the usual ways. And most especially the Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV gives you a full access to supporting tournaments. 100% of what you pledge on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools, which is very nice, as that Reaper does not get the Reaper kill. And so that's just a Reaper for a Marine, I believe, as Bunny loses out on one. Kua super safe here, ramp up into this natural, so he plays a build which gets the CC down on location quickly. The bunker is in position very quickly soon after. And that is right there to be able to stop any units from coming up this ramp and making anything crazy happen. CC will finish from Bunny on the other side of the map, finishing up on the natural expansion. The starport swaps across over to the tech lab. We get the factory building, a tech lab as well. So the 1-1-1 looks very regular. The 1-1-1 here looks pretty regular. The difference really just being is that the tech lab is not down the starport from Cure yet, so he might start to fall behind there a little bit. But he dove a little bit far forward and he got himself an SCV, but cost himself a Reaper and a Hellion. I don't hate it because the Reaper Hellion to me isn't going to do much anyway because there is a bunker here, right? Like, you're not going to poke in and really do anything. Obviously, if Cure comes across the map aggressively and you're missing a Reaper and a Hellion and they make the difference because a couple more units just tanking some shots could have helped you, then that's really sad, but I think that's a pretty low chance of happening. As once again, Cure just peels away by a couple of SCVs, a little bit of army supply. This game he'll have the medevac, because obviously no tech lab on that starport initially, so he will be later to the Ravens, which gives Bunny a Raven advantage, and at least, even if you get to the same amount of Ravens, Bunny's Ravens will have more energy first, so there's definitely an opportunity there. And of course you can see that Q is just coming across the map with this medevac, a Cyclone and 4 Marines, means that he really wants to try and get some harassment done in these early stages as we go straight up to the top of the map and get ready to dive into the main base here over the next few moments. The Reaper and the Hellion from Q ping around the left-hand side. Looks as though they were thinking about coming up this ramp at the very least, but they do not just yet. Reaper steps across, and the few Marines just going to unload. Cyclone gets a lock on onto the other Cyclone. We're going to get a auto turret coming down as well. Load up a little bit here, going to go back and forth. I'm just going to be seeing our interference matrix still coming through as well as the few SCVs are going to return back to the natural. And we just have the Reaper Hellion of Cure back to the center also. Here comes the Cyclone back into place. An SCV goes down. Now, obviously, the medevac being able to micro here is a pretty big deal as that Cyclone's got to go running to the mineral line. He's going to get the lock on. The medevac can obviously dodge that. The SCV's not doing enough to repair. Bunny losing out on 4 SCVs so far as Cure is once again just peeling away in this game. I mean, this harassment is just adding up. We're now at a 9-worker difference between the two players. As Bunny gets his third CC coming up, it's about 20 seconds later. There's the barracks starting from Cure that are yet to start from Bunny. And these are just, like I say, the things kind of on the same as the last map, which we're really getting to the point where it's like, well, I feel as though we're like just behind as Bunny. Now, Bunny's going to start up some Vikings, and we'll see if he can maybe do something with some air control. There's only one Raven of Cure, so that is going to be a factor potentially. But yeah, you can just see the barracks build time difference here. This Rax is 32 seconds along. This barracks is only just starting now, so about a 20-ish second difference. 25, I think. Not ideal as Bunny floats his third CC straight across into position for 5th rack startup from Cure. The upgrades have begun. No engineering base from Bunny. Again, that's just because he's on so many less SCVs. But he does have power in this push. The 3 Ravens to the 2, and one of these Ravens of Cure is very fresh, so again, way less energy. And also, I will always stand by the fact that there's always potential in just being the aggressor in a TVT. If your opponent's defense is not quite correct, or you can find a hole in that defense, then the unit count doesn't matter so much, because if you get set up, then that's going to be a big deal. If it takes a shot or two, lets you know how far forward you can get. We can Matrix this first siege tank very easily. Double tank siege up, covering the natural. We're going to drop auto turrets down as we just take this fight because Cure says let's do it. But the auto turrets of Bunny keep on coming in, and we are going to bust down that very first siege tank, if nothing else. Oh, he took a massive shot on a group of Marines there as we try and push forward to siege tank number 2. But these Vikings land, and with reinforcements still coming, Bunny has done enough, and now he's going to be able to get some SCVs off this third base. And that might begin to offset some of the number differences here. Bunny also has kept all 3 Ravens alive while Cure has lost his Ravens, so he does not have Raven energy to utilize any further. And it really does feel as though Bunny takes this game where it was looking not so pretty for him. It was looking a little bit rough, and now it's actually looking pretty good for him. I mean, this one Viking is chasing these SCVs. They're eventually going to get cornered in this bottom left-hand base. And as the tanks get sieged, that's a refinery that goes down. So that's siege from this top side. That's actually a bit of a brutal siege. Because obviously, again, you take triangular bases in TVT because you protect your main from getting sieged or, dropped into and so on. But that leaves this position here for TVT wide open to the siege tank siege. I mean, this is notable for every matchup. But I think for TVT especially, because a lot of players in other matchups probably just take the linear third, and this is, well, probably going to get shelled from the high ground as well. This map, I think, does have a lot of tank ledge issues, potentially, which is one of the reasons why I was... Out of all the maps I think have played well in this tournament, I was a little bit more hesitant about voting on this one because I have I do just look at a lot of these ledges, and there's just so many good positions for siege tanks, very obviously. And when the siege tank positions are so obvious, it makes me worried about what the players will find if they have even more time on the map, right? So, not that we should never have like good siege tank positions, it just feels like they're very brutal. Like, you know, if you take this base, you get sieged from up here. If you take this base, you get sieged on your gases, right? There's like, it almost feels like whatever you choose, the Terran's always going to have a good way of kind of abusing your bases, which is a little rough. As these Marines are going to try and chase after these siege tanks, and we are going to get 1, 2. Well, good chase down from Cure as he's going to look for more. The tanks will get into the medevacs. We have got a little bit of a siege up back at home here from Bunny, whose supply lead has taken toll now. He's about to finish up 1-1. He'll be behind on upgrades still as 2-2s on the way from Cure, but for the foreseeable future at least, upgrades are evened out, and nothing too serious is going to be happening as the couple of medevacs get to the top. We see some Vikings. We're going to try and take position as the medevacs want to turn up here, but the Vikings are in a perfect place. The medevacs just going to have to turn away immediately. Ooh, they think about boosting through, because he only saw the one Viking at the front initially, so he was like, oh, actually, I can just go through that. Not quite the case, as tanks do siege, and Q will try and do something with his lesser army supply, but the advantage of being the aggressor, we've talked about it already, how good being an aggressor can be. However, there's no defense at home, so he's going to lose so much on his third, and he's going to lose stuff on his third base way more quickly than he's killing stuff on Bunny's third base, because 60 Marines will do the work a little bit faster than a few siege tanks sieged up will. SCV start to pull in, so we're going to get a lot of those kills. There's a few Marines that actually started to show up, and that does give you a little bit of a chance to play cleanup here. Bunny has to leave, but it offsets a lot of the work because he's already lost. And remember, the Ravens, this is why the Ravens are such a big deal, because he can still matrix his way into position. He's going to matrix the ones in the back so that he can just take out the tanks in the front. And yeah, Ravens are just such an unfair comparison. Like, Ravens only aren't unfair in TVT because both players can make them. Any fight that has Ravens versus no Ravens is almost certainly going to go the way of the guy with the Raven. It's such a good unit. It's so powerful. The way it works in this matchup is just so freaking good. It can do so much. As our Marines and medevacs gather back up over into the center. Another siege tank coming through as well. 3 upgrades on the way here from Cure. Pulled back down into the center, just going to be seeing a couple of Marines just going to be stimming forward. The Marines pulling around over that right-hand side. The Vikings and the Ravens are going to set up as we are going to be seeing a little bit of a stim through. A couple of those Marines going to get knocked down. Just going to be seeing Ravens and Vikings firing again. Medevac falls. Just going to be seeing the Marines still showing up. 15, 16 SCVs. 20 SCVs going down. Very comfortable here as we actually have the Liberator just doing some serious work on this natural. That's just been a little bit too much for Q to watch. The Bunny Terran army just stims into the natural as well. And Bunny, again, a little bit worried about his build orders because his builds are putting him in rough positions, but he was able to capitalize on a push of his own this time around, and he is going to get up to a 1-1 tied up series. So we're going to be tied and set to move on in this TVT. .41 dead SCV. I mean, not much else to say here. This should just be an army of Bunny that, if it does get cleaned up, well, he's obviously extremely far ahead, and if it does get cleaned up, there's no way it doesn't come at a high cost. As the complete surround from Cure is the best possible way of doing this, and he is going to push Bunny away, but again, the cost is huge. He's down 30 workers in the game. His army supply is trailing as well. He has no upgrade advantage to speak of anymore, which is one of the things, like he was ahead on 2-2, that's no longer a factor. There's still Ravens available from Bunny. Bunny would need an absolute, like he would have to, he'd have to play terribly to lose. At least in the next minute or two, he'd have to play terribly to lose. Obviously, if he sits back and Q does and nothing happens and Q gets to build back up towards max or something, then yes. But like, there should be no reason that Bunny plays like that. So, under all presumption, this one should be Bunny's game. It is that much of a difference. I mean, 26 SCVs is just brutal. So it's not like Hughes even looking to try and build up to like a max army and then just win one fight and maybe push through into a good position and take more advantage of. So yeah, it looks as though we are going to get to 1-1 in our first best of 7 of the day. A few Marines split up on that right-hand side. A few Marines stim in from the bottom side. Just going to get straight through here. A few of those Marines going down. A couple of siege tanks are getting picked away at. We're going to be seeing the Viking going down as well. And the Marines just going to drop on top of those couple of tanks. They're going to get picked away at 2. Marines on the other side are absolutely slaying their way through a ton of SCVs. Damage being done across the board. Marines going to run into the natural, and a few more of these Marines is going to get cleaned up. Like I say, we've been kind of waiting on this GG for a hot second. It is going to get called, and Bunny is going to take game number 2 of this best of 7. It's really so weird saying best of 7. We don't say best of 7 very much. We don't have a lot of best of 7, so it's a little weird to come out and be saying it like that. Alright, we're going to be going into the pylon for game number 3. I don't know why I always want to call this the pylon, even though it's just called pylon. Let's throw our invites out. Take a second to get this going. The pylon show, yeah. Just to comment on the discussion in chat about making events without the top guys. I talked about this a little while ago, where basically the TLDR is, I do think one of the important things with StarCraft is to continue to see matchups between different players. And so one of the things that I'm going to be trying to do in some of my bigger events is you still want your Clems, your MaxPax, your heroes and stuff. But even though those are names that draw people in, watching Clem 3-0 his group stage and move on through, sometimes a couple cool games, a lot of the time it's just Clem being Clem, right? And especially with the difference in skill of players, some matches are just walkovers. So to kind of avoid that and to make it more enticing for those guys to keep playing as well, it also lets us make kind of bigger formats essentially if you just seed some of the top guys forward, and it also benefits them for performing well in other events, for example. So there's a lot of benefits and so on there too, so... so yeah, it's very likely that for some of our bigger WardiTV events, we will send, a group of players into Group Stage 2, or directly into playoffs. It depends on what the format is. We tend to mix up the format a little bit for our seasonal events, our seasonal championships and so. But for Spring Championship, don't expect... I would say don't expect to see a Clem or a MaxPax in the opening group stage, unless we do a very boring format, which is just groups into playoffs, right? Because I'm not just going to see them straight into the playoffs, right? If there's just 2 stages, but the whole idea is let's make a bigger event, have maybe 3, starting stage, you advance to the next stage, playoffs. So there's that extra stage, and you can see some of the better guys in here, which gives us better games over here, And then the guys that do advance from here have a better shot at giving us some of the cool games that you might have typically seen a Clem or a MaxPax or a Hero play during the previous group stage, because they are the ones that are closer in skill. They're the higher chance of causing the upset, So yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Because I think that's beneficial for everybody. I think it gives the players lower down a more of a feeling that they can advance through a group. Because let's face it, for a lot of guys that come in on the lower end, they're not beating a Clem, and so that makes that group so difficult to get through. They have to... If you're just taking an order loss versus Clem, because even the better players are taking an order loss versus Clem because he's that good right now, for example, the players lower down don't want to play, because they're just going to keep getting stumped. There's no way they can see progress. But if you give them a more winnable group, even if it's an upset for them to win, if it's more winnable, that's good for them. And then, like I say, it just phases nicely. So I think that's kind of the plan. And that's one of the benefits of if you run a larger circuit where you interconnect things, because you can say, hey, look, Clem, MaxPax, and Hero have won, they're the only people winning WardiTV Mondays, so they get a direct seed into the next stage. So, for example, with our WardiTV Spring Championship probably coming up in April, what we're going to start doing is on WardiTV Mondays, anyone that wins a WardiTV Monday will be guaranteed... I don't know if I'm going to do points, or I'm going to just do, if you win a Monday, you get guaranteed into the secondary stage of the Spring Championship. And then if you are top 4 on a if you make top 4 on a Monday, at any point in the next 3 or 4 weeks, you will be guaranteed an invite into the first stage. You know? Because then we already have the Monday events in place, so there's no reason for us not to use the Monday events as like a qualifier system. Because it doesn't take away from the Mondays. Players are already playing. It doesn't stop us from having qualifiers for the event later on for the last few spots. If people want to scrap it out, if people can't play on a Monday, you know, we can still have like an open qualifier. But it just gives an extra incentive for people to play the Mondays, because they're like, oh, I could lock myself into this $5,000 tournament. Do you think it'd be worth trying to coordinate with like the other weeklies and common events people do? Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but then the problem is that if you make it too vast, it gets a little bit too complex almost. Like, I feel like we have enough events under WardiTV to just do it as our own thing. Now, if... like, this is not like a lack of wanting to work with others, it's just... I have enough Monday events, like once a week over the next few weeks, building up in the Spring Championship is enough for me to get in some invites sorted out and some chance for people to play, right? So there's not really a reason to kind of extend it further. Now, if those guys want to run the Spring Championship with me and put some money into the Spring Championship and make it bigger, we could include that event. But like, it's making it like, right now we have a Wardy circuit, essentially is what we're setting up. And I'm very happy for other events to be a part of that. It's just, it starts getting complicated for the sake of it getting complicated, you know? Like, we don't need to make it complicated. We could just keep it simple. Simple is better, and it's already getting complicated by making it stretch out over multiple events, you know? So if you then have multiple events that are not necessarily under the same name brand, it gets more confusing. It's like, wait, you qualify to the WardiTV Championship by doing well in the Picasaur Weekly? It just, you see where it's just about trying to keep it consistent viewership-wise as well. So if people are typically just watching the WardiTV events, they can follow through and follow the storyline a little bit. It's much easier for me to follow too, otherwise I'm going to have no idea what's going on in the other tournaments too, right? So, yeah, it's just that kind of figuring out, like, always happy to cooperate and work with other people. I mean, WardiTV events give OSC points out, and they qualify into the OSC Championship and stuff, right? So that, in that regard, that already works. OSC has a long reputation of giving OSC points to events, which builds into their championship, which we casted earlier this year. So OSC already very much so acts like a circuit in that regard. Just OSC... Obviously, OSC do their own events as well, just OSC don't really run many bigger events until it gets to their championship. So, like, those things exist. I understand from, like, it just gets complicated, and I feel like the one problem OSC has is it's very difficult to follow the OSC circuit. No one really thinks of the OSC circuit until we get to the OSC championship. You know what I mean? Like, at the OSC championship, everyone's like, oh, cool, these guys qualified, but they don't follow who's qualifying or who's doing well on points, because it's too spread out. So that's, to me, that's the difference, and that's why I want to avoid happening. I want it to be, if you watch the Mondays, you're like, oh man, like, say Cure wins a Monday. That's a bit of a surprise, and then you're like, oh yeah, Cure won that Monday Cup. And then that's why he's already in that next stage of the tournament. Not, oh, Cure won, like, the Monday Night Cup, that's completely out of the series of events I watch, and so he's just randomly in stage 2 of the big champ, like that. Yeah. Anyways, during all of this, we've had, obviously, 2 Rax Reaper from Cure. 1 proxied, 1 not. The defense from Bunny has been absolutely spot on. He's lost a little bit more in a few SCVs, but obviously Cure invested into a second Rax early. That generally puts Cure into a little bit of a wonky spot, but he's actually got a pretty good army right here pushing forwards. Auto turret will help a little bit, but that auto turret has a timer on it. Good first pushback from Bunny. Actually gets a couple of units grabbed right away there. Here on Pylon, there's no ramp into this natural, so that makes it a little bit of a tougher defense, obviously. That Cyclone of Cure is hurting. And that's going to be where Bunny really finds his way to push this back. I think we lose 1 Cyclone here. He tried to target it down with this other Cyclone. As the lock-on... Medevac just gives you so much micro potential, but now there's going to be another Cyclone showing up. The Medevac. Oh, auto turret! Turned onto the Medevac a bit too late. Exciting micro between these two right now. Using the Cyclone, the few Marines gathering up. Again, the Stimpack and the Marines, the engineering base coming through as well. A couple of extra barracks on the way up from Bunny. Just going to bring that into the main base. Siege tank fires, Cyclone goes down, a couple of Ravens are going to come across, and a few Marines are just going to be firing their way onto the Liberators. The Liberator taking some damage. Again, Marines and a Siege tank gathering up, Medevac out the front as well. And just going to be seeing another Liberator in the back here. Going to get rid of a couple more Marines. Cyclone locking on. Liberator gets rid of a few more SCVs as well. The Raven's still coming across. As we'll drop that auto turret down. And that will be a Liberator falling. It's really cool. You get a spot if you win once, and someone wouldn't have to compete again next week. Yeah, but... So, like I say, I think we'd probably do, like, if you win a Monday, you qualify into, like, Stage 2 of the Spring Championship. And if you get top 4, you get into Stage 1. And so, there's definitely kind of, like... Obviously, Monday Cups already have prize money, so people are still going to keep playing. But it just acts as like a... You know, if some people don't always play the Monday Cups, if they grab a top 4, they'd be like, okay, I'm going to actually now sit out a couple of Monday Cups. And it just it's more so designed to just bring a top 4 performance in a WardiTV on Monday is like $50, but it doesn't mean much else. But it means that the Monday top 4 on a Monday would be like, oh cool, that actually means that like now you're into this next tournament as well. And so it brings a bit more of a storyline up. And when we talk about the tournament, we can be like, oh, don't forget Skillets, he had that great performance in that Monday. It just makes the Monday Cup more than just a weekly cup, you know? It makes it a little bit more something. It just creates storylines. And I think storylines are very good in StarCraft 2. This drop of Q is deadly, by the way. 14, 15 SCVs getting in. He's getting shoved to the front as well as Bunny, so I don't think he's going to last much longer here on Pylon. I think he's going to be out of luck, unfortunately. As the Medevac goes down, the Marines are going to get killed off. And 17 SCVs down is going to be a tough position when you're still sieged out the front as well. Kira is going to take a game at number 3, and he's back into the lead of this best of 7, which is kind of the way this has been going so far. Kira takes the lead, Bunny tied it up. Kira has retaken a lead. Are we going to continue the process of now Bunny tying it up? Or which way are we going to go? So, okay, sorry to go off topic on the game a little bit, but I do think it's fun to talk about our systems and ideas and what we can kind of do. I think for the summer, what I would really like to do is set up like maybe like a weekly like. I would like the almost the qualifiers to be like a circuit, so we get like a lot of like the fresher blood in StarCraft that we don't see a lot. Like get those guys to play, and so a couple of spots maybe are guaranteed through that or something. Like there's so much potential. The thing is just setting it up and making it work in a way that it's not too complicated and people actually want to play it and so on. Make sure the prize money is good enough that people want to go through these processes as well. You know, there's a lot of balancing to do. That's why in the end we usually end up with boring formats, because the boring formats, the ones we see all the time, are very kind of condensed down to be convenient for the players, right? You know, it'd be really sick, like triple elimination Swiss or something, and we just have everyone in Europe plays triple elimination Swiss or something like that. It's an absolute nightmare to play in. It doesn't. You don't just show up and play 4 best of 3s in a group. You got to play over a bunch of different times and days and stuff like that. What do you love your 28-year-old plus tournament? Then you realize we're all over 28 years old. Yeah, I'm kind of realizing this too. It's basically the anti-Clem and MaxPax tournament. But what I think, I was thinking about this though. What if we did a I was thinking about this. I was like, what if we did like a I was almost thinking like, what if we sort the groups by age? So your group is based on people who are your age. So like you have a 28-year-old group, and then like a 29-year-old group, and then like a 30 plus group or something. I was thinking about ways to make it fun. But then seeing everyone, I feel like everyone has the same reaction, like, oh my god, finally I can play in a tournament, and you're like, oh no, all the guys that are still playing are also actually this age. So I'm thinking about what I can do. If you have any ideas, Dro. I mean, maybe we should just do a retirement, the retirement home. Maybe we just have a retirement home tournament. Maybe that's the the way to do it. If you haven't played a professional, if your Wikipedia match history doesn't have a match in the last 4 months, oh my god, that'd be so good. If you haven't played an official match of StarCraft 2 in like 4 months, you can enter this tournament. If a Ligulac considers you inactive, yeah, something like that. There's quite a few people who I think would be down, actually, based on some responses I've gotten. Basically, a no Clem, no MaxPax allowed tournament. Yeah, so so basically, the Boomer Bash is a tournament that's we've just announced. It's for 28 plus years old players, and the reason behind it is that the tournament sponsor reached out to me. He's like, hey, I was kind of thinking, like, you know, we're always seeing like these youngsters and these kids come through and like win all the money and stuff. He was like, you know, what if we actually like make a tournament that's, you know, gives everyone else a chance to win a little bit? I was like, okay. He's like, yeah, like an age limit tournament. Is that stupid? I was like, no, I actually think it'd be fun. He's like, yeah, let's go for like 28 and over. I was like, cool. I think that sounds very reasonable, you know, because I was like, yeah, obviously like Clem's like 22 and stuff. I was like, yeah, sounds great. What's funny is that I feel like there's very few active players who are between the ages of 22 and 28. I feel like people are either Clem age or younger, or they're all over 28 years old. So yeah, I was that's what I'm starting to realize, but it'll still be a fun tournament. It's a little bit of a play on words, really. Like it's not going to be that different, but it will be no Clem, it will be no MaxPax, and there's $3,000 up for grabs. So I think it'll be fun, and yeah. Maybe we do a retirement home. Maybe we just do a full group, which is the retirement home. Retirement home group. A group reserved for players who are currently inactive on a Ligulac. That would be great. Maybe I could add that in still. We could just do it. We could do it. Reapers and Hellions going to step up. A couple of units going to go back to the other sides as we do have grenades continue to come in. Popping a few units around. As we just have our units continue to step up towards the upper left-hand side. Marines, Siege Tank, the Medevac continue to come about right here. The units coming across over to the left-hand side. Reapers and Hellions just join up together, and they're going to step into this natural as a couple of units are going to go fight back the other direction. Tank is going to siege up. The Reapers hop up to the high ground, and the few units of Bunny just going to spread out around the front as well. Make it another wall tournament. I was actually making it, I was like, what if we made the map pool old maps? Just to like, you know, as like, you know, these guys, they're so old, they don't understand TLMC 20 maps, you know? That's complicated. Let's give them maps they understand, like Metalopolis. As Reaper Hellion is going to attack on in here, but there's a Siege Tank. This is so much Reaper Hellion from Bunny as well. It's quite an investment. I'm a little bit worried how much she's invested into this. Like, so much gas on the Reapers, like +4 Reapers compared to his opponent. All of that gas is like 200 gas that has not gone into Siege Tanks, so Ravens and so on. It's only one Raven, but it's the difference in timing of those units as well. So that, but not getting anything out of this push and shove forward. Definitely feels as though Bunny ends up in a little bit of a tougher spot. What about an off-race tournament? Well, if you remember the Backers Brawl, that was originally kind of suggested from the sponsor of that tournament as an off-race tournament. And I think I actually turned him off the idea because I was like, I don't know, like, depending on who you want to play and what you want out of this, I don't know if, like, asking for off-race is necessarily going to get it done. So I wasn't 100% sure on that one. But actually, like, Lambo's idea was really good, which is just a reverse race tournament. So you don't just pick your off race, you have to play the race that your opponent is, or what your opponent mains, right? And if it's a mirror matchup, you play the other mirror matchups. I thought that was a really cool idea, and I think that would be really fun. So I suggested that to the Backers Brawl sponsor, and I think he was kind of into it. He had some other ideas too for the next one, because he wants to do another in, like, I think he said August or so. So he had some ideas, but I think the reverse race one would be kind of cool. Anyways, Bunny's on the push, guys. Sorry, we're getting so caught up talking about other things. Let's talk about this series. Let's talk about this matchup. It's the TLMC semifinals. You guys are picking a great day to get me all distracted and talk about other things, aren't you? Oh, yeah. Medevac heading in towards the main. A few Reapers are going to hop up in toward the main base as well. Has an SCV. Just going to get chased away. A few SCVs going down on the bottom right side. Marines and a couple of Reapers coming through there for 5 worker kills. Another couple of Marines going down. Add some grenades in. The SCV's getting bopped about a little bit. 9, 10, 11 workers going down. That's a lot of damage done. Cure has just been so dominant in this series. Gets off to good starts consistently, and off of good starts, puts himself into better and better positions. Now just has to deal with this push, which is going to be easy because he drops the Matrixes down. The one Raven of Bunny drops a single auto turret. That feels lackluster, all things considered. The tanks may survive, but he's going to get overwhelmed. There's just no way that you don't. As we push straight on through, those siege tanks will continue to drop, and that is going to be GG. Bunny is going to be down by 2 maps, and Cure is 100% running away with this best of 7. Cure leading 3-1 currently in the series. Are there any Chinese offline tournaments upcoming? Not announced or anything right now. Yeah. I thought the Chinese guys would be stepping up in the downtime right now, but I think they're also waiting to hear what's going on. I think the problem is, until we hear what's going on, no one wants to commit to doing anything. Because it is within the ridiculousness of StarCraft 2 scheduling that tomorrow they announce EWC, and by the way, DreamHack gobbledygook that's happening next weekend is the big offline tournament, and everyone has to book flights, the week off, because that's what happens in StarCraft in the past. So I feel like no one is confident in putting on a tournament because they feel as though they need to know what's going on or what's not going on to justify what they can do, you know? I'm in the exact same boat. I really want to run the WardiTV 2025 circuit, and I'd love to be like, okay, we're going to do this in spring, this in summer, this in autumn or whatever, and we're going to build into this and that. It's really hard to plan anything out when August might be completely filled up, for example, you know? So yeah, we're just waiting to find out. It's getting to the point now where it's gone on too long, so I'm starting to run bigger stuff anyway. But the general point is that it's, without knowing that stuff is or is not happening, it's very frustrating to commit to stuff, basically. TLDR. So yeah. This Aussie Lemonade monster is way too good, by the way. We are 4 games in, and I'm over halfway through the can. I'm freaking down in this thing. Yeah. So yeah, I think everyone is going to be running more stuff when we find out more so what is going on, more so what is happening. We just need to find those things out first, you know? Just give it 30 seconds for the ads, guys. Try and get those clear. Just want to make sure we don't have any ads in the middle of games. Hope everyone is feeling well, doing good. Alright, let's get to it, guys. Let's get into game number 5 of this series. Kira is up 3-1. He's a map away from getting it done. Like I said, I'm sorry, you guys are really dragging me off topic. I'm gonna blame all you guys in the chat as well, okay? Can't blame all you guys in the chat. Alright, let's hop into Diffusion. This map was one of the most played maps that hasn't been played as much the last couple of days. Here we are now, though, as we get into Game 5 of this best of 7. Must win this game to stay alive. This is going to be our Red Terran player, Bunny. And in the top right, our Blue Terran player here is Cure. So just to remind you all that the Team Liquid map contest voting phase has officially opened as of this morning. You can vote for all of your favorite maps from this tournament. The voting helps reward the map makers. So if you thought a map was cool, it looked pretty, it gave us a good game, you think it's completely OP for your race, whatever your reasoning, you are eligible to vote. And we highly encourage you to go do so. We would love to see a ton of votes pouring in for this edition of the TLMC. It's 100% something you guys should be doing if you've been watching these games this week. Even if you feel like you don't really have any idea what makes a good map, it doesn't matter. Pick a map you just thought was fun this week and let people know. Exclamation mark TLMC in the Twitch chat if you would like to grab a link over to the voting phase. Super simple as well. It's just a link on TL. You just click vote. You pick your 5 favorites, and boom, you're good. So check that out. Go vote today. I'm going to post that link in the YouTube chat right now as well, in case you are interested, guys. And like I say, if you've had any favorite maps, go vote on them. Give them some love. Like I say, go give the map makers a bit of love. The map makers would love to see. I think the map makers would all just love to see votes on maps. You know, seeing that your map got voted for a certain amount of times, whether it wins or not, is pretty cool in itself, right? So go vote. Give the map makers some love. And let's hope for an exciting finish to the TLMC this year. Thank you so much, Parsi Core, for the 14-month resub for the Prime. Wardy, aka Atlas, for carrying the SC2 community. Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Thank you so much for the 14 months. Obviously, if you are feeling good, you can also use your Prime sub to support the channel on Twitch. And do that. We're talking about running all these tournaments. We need money to do that. And you guys are actually the money tree. Turns out you are actually the eSports money tree, guys. You guys sub, you guys donate, you guys are where the money comes from. And I know, I've just identified you all as a money tree. I don't know how you all feel about that, but it's the way it works, so consider supporting if you like the idea and the sounds of all these tournaments we've been yapping on about over the last couple of games. We're going to get back to the center. Watchtower is going to be held right there. As we do see our Reapers and Hellion continue to come through. Command center coming up. Depot's on the way in. There's going to be seeing our starport coming up as well here from Bunny. So we get that underway. We bring that online. Reaper and the Hellion joins in the center of the Watchtower. And away we go. Gathering up, a couple more Reapers and another Hellion. Going to be coming across as well. Reaper Hellion here. Just going to be able to get rid of one Hellion straight away. Just going to be seeing the Reapers and the Hellion pulling back over towards the main Watchtower in the center here on Diffusion. I feel like this map's been very fun as well. This map's actually very cool because it's actually... We haven't really mentioned this week, but this map is based on Daybreak, which is very cool. If you remember Daybreak, you'll probably recognize it's these first 4 bases that are very noticeable, and then this kind of entrance to the center. Daybreak had its flaws. This map is not a remodel or anything like that. It just uses some of the ideas and base layouts, and you might not realize it until you really stop and think, whoa, that does look like the Daybreak 3rd into 4th base. This 4th that kind of covers the 3rd, and there's like an avenue and alleyway around here. The far corners of the map definitely start to look very different, but yeah, very neat. As a medevac comes across, Siege Tank and a Marine going to be coming over as we head down to the bottom left-hand side. I'm going to be heading towards this bottom corner, and in we go. As we have the Army of Cure looking to be aggressive. He's taken the initiative in all of these games, I feel like, so far. The one game Bunny won was more of a comeback than anything. And even then, it's not even been the initiative. It's just been Cure having some good builds that have been getting him a little bit ahead, and those little things add up a little. Tank gets sieged already. Bunny is looking to how he can get the Cyclones involved in this, as the natural orbital has taken some heavy damage. Bunny's tournament life is on the line right here. He's got to start finding a defense. 6 SCVs already down. Bunny doesn't defend this right here and right now. He's just done for as the Raven pulls across. The SCVs are going to pull in. Auto turret goes down. Siege tank is going to be taking some damage. The Marines continue to push on through. This is our defense. We are going to break through. We save the command center. And Bunny gets a cleanup. Even going to have the high ground vision to keep eyes on this Viking for one extra pickoff. The medevac is there to pick up these Marines. No? I'm just going to let the units keep chasing forward into the siege tank, I suppose. Bunny is going to be able to push this back. So tournament life saved for the moment. He is down 4 SCVs. But he's going to be starting to take that tech advantage. The second Raven pops out for him already. Matrix is about to be done, so those Ravens are going to be full power and full potential here in the very near future. As this medevac swings around to the bottom side. Again, Cyclone and the 4 Marines, Siege Tank and the 4 Marines inside of it. It is going to be 8 Marines dropping from Bunny in an undefended main. Nothing in the natural. It will only be this Siege Tank popping out defensively. But the Marines are already going to be out, so they're going to be able to start spreading. And so means the units in this main base. Auto turret went down, but it's now out of reach. We lose the Cyclone. Second Cyclone gets the medevac, and there's a tank in range as well. So these units are stuck, so this does not go well for Q. He kills Bunny 8 SCVs, and with the army supply swinging in his favor, the economy is now back in his favor as well. The only difference being there's no third CC of Bunny. Qers is in location. But look at this. Bunny doesn't care because he's got a second starport. He's going to be building up the Viking count, and he wants to go for a push in the very near future to punish Qer. The third CC is not done from Qer, it's just building on location. I think that's going to be in some trouble if Bunny pulls the trigger soon, which I think he probably will be looking for. Hellion goes down. A couple of Vikings, the Raven overhead. These Marines will get there. Siege tank falls. Another few units continue to gather up as we are going to have, again, the Vikings, the Marines, and the Siege tank setting up one more time. The units pulling back toward the center. Medevac will unload and a few Marines here. Once again, just going to get a few SCVs, force the response, force the pull. And even a few Marines to get these SCVs, I think is great. And it's a bit of a distraction as we set up here. Matrix 1 goes down. Auto turrets as we look to push on through. This is already looking terrible for Qers. Bunny fighting back against Qers' aggression on this game. And I like to see it because this is a game where it felt as though Bunny didn't have to play from behind. He actually, yeah, he had to defend, but he was in an okay position the whole time. This is not, this gives me a little bit more hope for Bunny in this series. It's a good game from him. As he gets into an advantage, he will see if he can end it. Attacking into a defensive terrain can sometimes be tough, and Kira is defending in his main base, so we'll see if this is going to hold out or not. As the Vikings chase down the orbital command, third base dying is obviously pretty brutal. Means that Bunny's going to take a major economic lead on top of what he's already got. Lands the Vikings for one of the siege tanks. The tank's very exposed, though, from Bunny. Yeah, they're pretty much all going to go down, but the Vikings are trading very well. Yeah, we lose all the siege tanks, but it's a trade-out that still favors Bunny, obviously, who has a lot of Vikings. And right now, the Vikings can just step forward and do their thing. The auto turret kills a Viking of Kira in the background. These SCVs are going to die to Vikings as well. And it's just going to net Bunny more and more of an advantage here, who's actually just going to apparently sit and hit the orbital. I was going to say, I thought he'd go and run towards the SCVs, but maybe he wants to stay near the ramp so he can turn and fight and then protect the tank that shows up. That works as well. Bunny is going to get himself another game in this series. So we're going to go to 6 maps at the very least here, as Bunny puts himself into the advantage. And we get ready, for a game 6. I'm going to have to run a little bit of a longer set of ads here, guys. I think we just ran some longer ones as well, just because it's a best of 7 right off the start of the day. We don't have the downtime between series we usually utilize to kind of run ads and to build up ad breaks and to build up like free ad time. So just in the interest of making sure we don't get ads during a game, just going to take a couple extra minutes here. I appreciate it's a little bit back-to-back off of not a long game. So I'd rather safe than sorry. Like, ads are going to play in like about 13 minutes, and that's pretty typically going to end up in the middle of a TVT usually. I know we've had a lot of sub 10-minute games. There's absolutely no reason we couldn't see a 10+ minute game though, so rather safe than sorry. I'm now explaining to people that don't even see ads, so probably doesn't even matter. I tell you what I will do just for a moment or two though. If you're watching on the YouTube stream right now, we've got 180 viewers. We're going to be making a big push. I want to really try and see how much of a difference it makes this next week or so if we mention to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel. So if you're on the YouTube right now, take a moment, scroll down just below the video and just hit that like button. It takes really just a moment. The more likes, typically, the more the algorithm pushes the stream out there, tells more people to watch, and the more interaction it gets, the better. And it takes, again, just a couple of short seconds. So do check it out. I really want to see how much of a difference it's making. Even yesterday, when we started to ask people to do it for the first time in a while, instantly the stream did better than we'd seen stream on YouTube do for a while. So definitely check it out. Definitely worthwhile. We're also super close to 45,000 YouTube subscribers, which is amazing. I had a very adventurous goal of trying to hit 50,000 YouTube subscribers this year. I think that is adventurous beyond reasonability, but, you know, never set your sights too, or never say that your sights are set too high. So yeah, do subscribe on the YouTube as well if you don't already. If you're watching on Twitch, take a second to hop on over to the YouTube channel, hit that sub button. Even if you don't use YouTube a whole bunch, the sub helps us out numbers-wise, and numbers are everything in this day and age, unfortunately, so go check it out. As I will start hosting us up, and by the time we're hosted up, we'll be good to start this game, so let's get that ready to go. Go. Beautiful. Appreciate you guys. I'm going to go and open up my own YouTube video, YouTube stream, and like it myself. Takes me a bit longer because I wasn't already watching myself, believe it or not. I'm watching myself over here, but there's no like button on the dashboard. So yeah, go hit that like button. We're at 36 already. That's amazing. Thank you guys. Keep it up. Keep it going. Hit them likes. Also just need one more invite, and we'll get good to go. Into game number 6. Bunny trying to fight back here against Q. We're going to go into Persephone, which is fun because this is the first map that we're seeing today that I've decided to add to the WardiTV map pools for all upcoming WardiTV events. So for at least the next month or so, Persephone, Killer's Mile, and Sandworm are going to be added into WardiTV tournaments. We're getting rid of the Abyssal Reef and King's Cove and Neon Violet Square. So hoping to just make a little bit of a more fun map pool, because I'm just not loving the old maps personally. Some people like them, some people are fine with them. I feel like I feel like the 2 or 3 months we've had of them is enough for me. So we're going to move on and start adding some new maps into the map pool. And what better maps to add than the freshest maps from the TLMC? These are just my favorites. We'll probably in a month or so rotate them a little bit and maybe take some of the ones that were voted highly in the TLMC voting, for example, and placed well, and stuff like that as well. So do check that out in terms of the voting, because you could have an influence on the maps you continue to watch on this channel. I could do a collab with Bruno Mars to increase views. I don't think Bruno Mars would collab with me. You know what they say, like, you know, you put yourself next to your best competition and you look bad and it doesn't go well for you. I think he's afraid I'd destroy his brand by people being like, wow, this guy's voice is actually incredible. You know? I wouldn't like to do that to good old Bruno. Clearly. You also like the YouTube but prefer to chat here on Twitch? Absolutely no worries. I appreciate you going over to YouTube and like. That's even more effort than scrolling down and clicking the like button. You hear that, people on the YouTube? We got people changing tabs and clicking the like button. If you're already there, it really is that easy. Thanks for everything. No worries. Thank you so much for watching today. Appreciate you guys. Here is in the top left-hand side of Persephone. I thought this map was a really cool addition, as Bunny is in the bottom left. A really cool addition to the map pool. Because I feel like this map is long, but it's kind of close by air. You've got some fun bases to work with. You've got a healing shrine that I don't think is unusable. I thought this was like a map that has a little bit of weirdness to it, that actually has a good chance of being played a bunch if you put it next to the current ladder maps, which was one of my biggest concerns when it came to picking maps for the WardiTV map pool. Because I don't want to just pick 3 maps and then those 3 maps never get played, so what was the whole point? We basically just, you know, people are just like, cool, we'll just play a 6-map map pool. You know, that doesn't really make any sense. So instead, I was trying to be a little bit safer on my picks, and say Persephone was my pick that was a little bit more like, ooh, this is a little bit more intriguing, because it has a healing shrine. It has some cool rocks and some minerals to blast through. It has a cool layout. So I feel like this is like a little bit more of a daring map without being overly dangerous in terms of like, oh, everyone like glanced at like, not playing that, Vito. So yeah. After all of that exciting talk, I'm out of things to say. People don't like it when I say, oh, there's 2 Reapers in the natural, because they can already see that. So we'll just sit in silence for a second while we wait to see where the build orders go. Obviously, a little bit of a faster expansion from here in terms of the build order choices. So Bunny will be the player with the units, and in the previous game when this happened, there was a bunker here from Cure to help him out defensively, make it a lot easier to make sure nothing bad happens. Kind of waiting to see whether that's going to be the idea from him again or not. Because if he doesn't get it up, there is potential for this Reaper Hellion to get through and get some workers. There is a Cyclone already coming out, so 1 Reaper, 2 Hellions, 1 Reaper, 2 Marines, and straight into a Cyclone. Cyclone's good, but Reapers can overwhelm a Cyclone as well, so don't think that's just going to be a be-all and end-all defense. We're going to potentially get an SCV or 2 before that Cyclone's ready to go also. I think we just take 3 SCVs here. We're going to lose a Hellion. That SCV was in the bunker, or in the refinery, sorry. So that was pretty good. Good grenades as well. Buys you a couple extra seconds to get out. Yeah, I think you're very happy with 3 SCVs for a Hellion, as now the Reapers can potentially threaten the jump into the main base. Don't have enough in the natural. Yep, the Hellion's trying to bait, and it did get the Cyclone to step that way. The Reapers see them coming back over, so the Reapers just step out. They'd rather be a threat for the future than a commitment right now that doesn't do more, that doesn't do enough, essentially. Hellion pulls back over that left-hand side. The Reapers are gathering up. The Ravens are coming through. Add those Matrixes on as well. And it's going to be seeing a Siege Tank popping out in a few moments. Get those Marines gathered up. We still have the units of Bunny making their way up the left side of the map currently. So bringing those around this left-hand side. Cyclone, Reapers, and a Hellion. Seeing what we can do. Again, Interference Matrix is coming up. The Ravens are coming online. Add a couple more Marines and the Siege Tanks in here as well. We just pull back down towards the bottom side. There's a couple of Ravens are going to be gathering. Rack's going to land down onto the tech lab. Starport moves across to the reactor. Reaper will be hanging. A couple of Marines stepping forward. For the moment. Those Marines, I was watching them, for some reason my brain was like, oh, those Marines are walking right along this line, that's so satisfying. Then they hit this blue thing and they turned, I was like, whoa! It's like they were on like an automated track. It's like, follow the line, and then once they hit that thing, they bounce off in a different direction. I don't know why, that really entertained my brain for a couple of seconds. It's probably like, what the hell are you onboarding? What? That makes no sense at all. Yeah, I kind of agree, but... Yeah, I don't know. I'm just telling you guys what goes through my head, okay? That's what I'm meant to do, right? That's the job of the streamer. Stimpack building up. We got Vikings on either side. Add some Siege Tanks in. Another Marine coming through. The Viking Raven continues to come about here as the Siege Tanks will unsiege and relocate. Reaper hops through, and SCV goes down. A Marine and a Viking just going to chase that Reaper as well. The Aussie lemonade monster must really hit different. No! Maybe. Is that what it is? My brain's just like, I need to look at things now. Like, I'm filled with monster energy. But we have energy for casting already, so it's just like, what do we do with it? Actually, and it's just like, follow the lines. A bit of back and forth. I think in TVT, obviously, a lot of the pathways early on this map are going to be up this left-hand side. So for TVT, like, there's not a lot of encouragement to go around the right side of the map. And so naturally is going to make this a little bit of a stalemated position unless you go out of your way. And that's going to be tough. You see this Marine here from Cure, he's looking for exactly that, making sure Bunny doesn't just try and get a jump on him. If you get to this right side and you push in from here, there's no ramps to go up or anything. Access, you get between the third and natural. Yes, there's a potential surround, but you can also start eking your way, and it pushes the fight to happen sooner rather than later, because you're going to be able to siege up one of those bases, whichever has lesser defense on it. So definitely a factor. 2 Ravens from both players. Always good to keep count of what's going on in the Raven count in TVT. As we get a little bit of a grab in the Marine over here. Just keeping an eye on things. Maybe looking for the potential 4th base coming up. Or just drops leaving the base as well. As we are going to be seeing, Bunny does end up getting a crossover here. Matrix does go down the front line of tanks. And we do have some shots that are going to reach across there. So the tank's going down. Auto turret's helping. And it looks good. That's going to be the end of this now. Oh, we lost vision. We lost vision. So we could have had one more tank, but we didn't have the scan. Cure wins in the skies. Bunny has to unsiege and back away on the ground. One more Viking drops. Units are still gathering up on the right side as well. The additional Marines and the siege tank coming through. And I think you got to say that Cure wins out on this. He comes out a few STVs ahead, a bit of army supply ahead. And air control, well, yeah, if you've ever watched TVT back when TVTs actually used to happen on the stream, air control is a massive part of TVT. Having the control of the skies, being able to dominate there. I mean, you always have the potential, if you have air control, to go into Liberators, right? Which is something that can then push back siege tank lines on their own. So there's just so much benefit that comes from that. As the tanks will siege, the Vikings step forward, and Marines trying to step through as well. The rest of these tanks just going to be sieging. As we are going to see SCV is going to pull into this, so Bunny has to commit heavily to the defense, but he's going to clean this up, right? The tanks are going to go down. It's just Marines left over. It just costs him 14 SCVs, so Cure, once again, I feel like it's been the story of this series. Cure is consistently putting himself into very good positions in these games. He's constantly the player that seems to be coming out in better spots, and right now a 30 supply lead. I'm just going to say he's in a very good position here on Persephone is. Marines are going to get, wow, 2 siege tanks with the drop play. Oh, second siege tank doesn't go down, so just the 1, but very narrowly the 2. Good effort. I like the move as we still have this medevac lingering the left side as well. I guess this is the danger, because you're taking this base, the main is still super exposed in TVT across the top. So drop play is going to be a major factor. This is a map where you're probably just going to make a missile turret wall. Unless you take the 4th base on this left side. But Bunny's just going to say that he doesn't want to do that either. I mean, these bases are so close to each other. That's scary. It's right around the corner. You take the base here. You may be scared of the siege up between the natural and 3rd, which we discussed earlier as well. It exposes you more there too. This left side in general is just extremely difficult to defend, actually. Like, it feels like this base is close enough. It's just fine, but it's really not. So yeah, I think your best bet is, as you can see, both players opting for the 4th base along the right side of the map. And then probably just missile turreting up the main. Obviously, Kira has had control of the game, so he shouldn't feel the need to do that. Bunny probably doesn't feel the ability to do that right now because he's not got the money, because he's being kind of behind. But in an ideal world, I think that is the play you go for, just to ensure that this TVT doesn't get out of hand. Marines unloading potential to attack into the planetary fortress that's morphing in over here as the Marines step through. A couple of SCVs will go down. Depots go down as well. Planetary forces the Marines to load back up into the medevacs. Medevacs pull away down the right. The few Vikings gathering together. We add up those 2 upgrades, plus 1 vehicle weapons. Marine tank medevac moves out into the center of the map here from Bunny. Marines just gathering together, and we will be seeing this army of Q stepping forward. Bunny is going to take a stim in as well, but Q turns around. He has way less tanks, so if they just siege and fight, Bunny wins. Which is why Q is running away to try to get to some tanks that are already sieged up, and to make Bunny have to think a little bit more about how he attacks in. For all the damage Q did, I expected more of a lead. He's now adding on a couple libs. He still has air control, but he's down on tanks, he's down on Marines. It's a techier army from Kua, but what that means is that Bunny has the chance to potentially get that kind of like dive-in atmosphere and that dive-in kind of play. It's going to grab the Wonder Mine around that left-hand side. I'm just going to step up. Missile turret goes down. This massive load up. Go punish him. Punish it. Ah, the Vikings are coming across. It's just a getaway. I was always going to get punished for, well, just not having proper defense on this left side and appreciating how dangerous a position it is. Just lose a lot there, though, as Bunny got a good siege and he takes a good trade. Actually going to still load up a lot of units. I think that main base is, yeah, extremely exposed. We talked about it. Actually, I'm very glad we're going to potentially get to see it here. The Libs are going to push back these tanks, and so Kira probably feels great about this, but yeah, he's going to be in full retreat mode in about 10 seconds because that medevac is heading up the left-hand side, and Kira could not be more out of position. Oh, no, he's got units here. The Bunny can unload across the edge. Some tanks will on siege. Bunny, unload all of the medevacs, please. Couple tanks on defense. I don't know if that's going to be enough necessarily. Q is still pushing forward with those liberators to break through. Wow, the units rallying in here have been pretty good. The Marines are going to pull back. Oh my god, look at the Marines running through the choke point. Not ideal. Oh, those liberators are so painful right now for Bunny, though. He's got no good answer to that. He has killed 13 SCVs here, so that is working as well. Vikings shooting orbital, taking damage. Refineries going down. The barracks are being picked away at as well, so they are going to be dropping. Marines sit back up in the corner. That's all the Vikings there, so Bunny actually gets a cleanup, and Kira does not have much left. Meanwhile, this attack over here is still yet to be properly dealt with, and we are losing production as well, so obviously a lot of units went down. There was a lot of commitment to this, but hey, at the end of the day, it's kind of working wonders as the Vikings and the Libs are going to step forward too. Couple Libs siege up in the corner. Marine's going to take some shots. Marine tank medevac going to ebb up to the top as well. A couple of those tanks going to siege, and the medevacs it's going to pull back a little further again. Tanks going to siege up. The Marines are going to go fighting through. An interesting couple of moments. Q just sending it without his tanks, so just trying to fight through with these Marines. He does knock down a lot of the tanks of Bunny. Bunny going to retreat away with the medevacs. Just going to pull those out of there. That is a healing shrine. But it is a healing shrine that is very much so air blocked, so you can't just heal medevacs on it. Come in with a little attack on the left. And we're going to pull away once more. And Bunny's still just cranking out the units. 160 supply each. Finally getting one of those more back and forth TVTs. These are the kind of TVTs which really, I was talking about kind of earlier, it's like you really get to see the map, you really get to see the positions and the movement of armies. And in this one, it's actually a big tug-of-war basically up and down this left side pathway with a little bit of right side action sprinkled in. But he's going to expand to that bottom right corner, which, based on how much action has been on the right side of the map, feels like a fairly safe play. And this is a typical TVT thing as well. Another pathway being used, he's going to set up a flank that's just not seen. And so he's going to be able to catch some reinforcements. Oh, yeah, he's just going to flank in, which works as well. Only 2 tanks per siege ahead of this attack happening. 1 tank shot goes off, and that is it. Bunny gets a major catch on Kua as he utilizes the map layout to come in for that surround. Kua needed a better idea of what was going on to the right-hand side, and he was not able to keep up with that with all the hecticness going on. And Bunny executes a beautiful flanking maneuver that crushes the tank line. And like I say, Kua was not really fully sieged up either. As now Bunny actually has the supply lead, but hey, we've seen the supply lead flip-flop multiple times at this point in this game, so let's not assume anything just yet. Although I like where Bunny's getting to. He's going to take positional advantage as well, potentially. Can he get between this natural and third? He sieges up right here. We are going to have the tanks. I mean, it's about the zoning, right? And the Marines right now are pretty much going to have to run through tank lines to go between the different bases. So you've got to kind of pick and choose where to defend. Kua lost all the air control before, so he's also not going to have too many Vikings to utilize right now. A drop over here has been successful, and now we'll jump into the main base. We've seen this one before. If Bunny's paying attention, he could have maybe dropped on the tank, but I guess other units were nearby. Some SCVs going down. I don't even know where. Yeah, I was going to presume Liberators. I just couldn't see them on the minimap, but there they are. Liberators sieging, and multiple SCVs getting dropped already. So 5 workers going down. Bunny getting up to being maxed out in the next few moments. A couple tanks will unsiege. We pull back a little further. The army of Kura begins to step through. Couple more Marines coming through there. The SCV's going down. The army just stepping away. The Marines are going to turn in. They're going to begin to fight this as a couple medevacs go down. The tank's getting completely caught. Again, it's going to be 1 tank shot and nothing more on the Marines, and that's what's allowing Bunny to convincingly win the last 2 fights, is that Kua's tanks are not getting enough shots off, not bringing enough value to the table before they're getting wiped out of existence. Two Marines in the back, get some SCVs as well. Worker counts across the board of 50 each, so it's still even there. But Bunny is taking control. And control does not look like a lot, but it's an extra base. And obviously it's a lot of army supply advantage too. He spots the medevac player coming along the left-hand side. He's got Marines near the edges, which might be able to intercept these medevacs as well. He's going to stim him, and it's enough to deflect. And at the same time, we're just going to push on through. So great deflection from Bunny. Another base of Cure goes down. He's on one orbital now because he lost the main base previously too, so he's going to be missing out on scans, mules. He's going to lose a base as Bunny, but obviously base for a base, Bunny's better set up to handle that cost. Again, Bunny fighting to take us to 3-3 in our first best of 7 today as we go dropping into the main base. Marines unloading. Siege tank going to get jumped on. The medevac going to get cleaned out as well. Bunny sits and fights in this main. A few more Marines going down. The tank's in position to control the ramp a little bit as units try and come up to respond, so they're going to take a beating. The siege tank tries to siege. It will go down. Kua has no defenses left. So this is it. His production lines are being ravaged. GG is called, and Bunny is going to take us all the way through to Game 7 in this best of 7. We are going to get to go the distance in this series. Don't you just love to see it? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. What a great game. What an absolutely fantastic game. Love it. All right, let's throw some ads on. Unfortunately, that was a long game, so I'm very glad we did run the ads. Just have to run the ads again to keep on top of it when the game's in nearly 20 minutes. Sorry, just working my way through my friend list. Figure out who needs inviting. Great game. Great game. Persephone getting your vote. This is why I feel like Persephone's given us some really good games. I like it. I like it. Alright, get the invites going. We'll give it a minute or so for some ads. Hopefully get this rolling. Alright. Everyone getting in here. A couple more moments. We'll give it 30 seconds or so for the ads, and then we'll go into Game 7 of this series, guys. We're going the distance on this one. Also, I know we just had the longest game of the day so far, but funny that just after telling everyone to like the YouTube stream, we're now plus 100 viewers. What do you guys think it was? The longer game? Or the, what do we think? The longer game or the extra 40 likes we garnished? Garnered? Whatever that word is. I don't know. Bit of both, maybe. Bit of both. Let's hop into our final game of this first series. After this, MaxPax and Clem will be playing a best of 7. I've told them, look, if you don't play all 7 games, don't bother showing up. I guess that doesn't really make sense because then that means one of them's got to play badly at some point. But like, yeah, whatever. Let's get into game number 7. It's going to be on Sandworm. I just talked about how the previous map was one we've added to WardiTV map pools. This is another of them. I think this map's been pretty cool. It's kind of fun. It's got a fun layout. It's got a couple of like interesting things with the, basically, let's get rid of the squares on Neon Violet and add little triangular teeth instead, Only in a less oppressive way. Maybe that's my logic there. All right, bottom left-hand side, our Red Terran player going into Game 7 of this TVT, looking for a space in the finals of the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 13 by WardiTV. We have Bunny. He's never been to the finals of this tournament. This man in the top right has been there twice before. He's got a win. He's got a second-place finish. It is Kua in the upper right-hand side as we get into Sandworm. If I had to pick a favorite going into this game, I would pick Kua. And I think that's simply because I think Kua is definitely getting the better end of the early stages of the matchup. And it's more likely that that's good enough to get a win. Even though Bunny has definitely shown us the potential, if he survives through the early stages, to turn games around. It's just the chance of being so dangerous in the early game, I think, is definitely on Kua's side. And so that's why I would pick him. I feel like, to me, he's been almost a stronger player in this 3-3. Like, I actually think 3-3 is kind of wild that we're here, because I look back at it and I really think, but this SCV just walked through a rock. Hello? He just walked through the rock. Oh my god. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I feel like 3-3 is a wild scoreline because I really feel like Kira's just had so many of the better openings and the setups. A couple of times he's been turned away, like the last map, the game's been turned around. I mean, last game was actually very back and forth, to be fair. I think I'm just a little biased because the start of this series seems so Kira favored, especially in the early stages, so interesting. As you do see our SCV coming towards the upper right, the Reaper is going to be heading into the center. Another Reaper of Bunny coming through, and we will see Kira just being able to get the first shots off. Bunny should turn and run. Drops a grenade just to help get away. Not really necessary, but going to be absolutely fine. So yeah, the factory's coming online, the command center's still building. The Marine producing through from Kira as well. Returns back around. Actually going to kind of get caught here. It's all because the Marine is showing up, but because it's a Marine, there's no second Reaper, which means that nothing else shows up to kind of catch the Reaper, so you can always get away from the Marine. It just meant you couldn't kite into the Marine. Now there's a bunker there. As the faster expansion of Kira comes up once again. We've seen this a couple times in the series. Kira has been a fan of going into that faster expand over Bunny. Hellion sits out the front, the CC coming through, Starport coming online, single Marine coming in as the SCV. It's knocked down already. And it goes down, just going to be seeing the Reapers. Run as fast as you can. Unfortunately, Bunny's not the gingerbread man, so he has hence been caught. 2 Reapers will go down. The Hellion is obviously being chased as well. Has to cut a corner to get home. Oh, has to take a corner to get home, which means that corner can be cut by Kira. And eventually will get the catch, so Bunny is going to be completely cleaned out here, so loses some units early. Expected, because Kira keeps taking the better early game positions, and that's obviously a very nice cleanup. Especially when Kira expanded more quickly too, you're already denying some of the potential threats on the map. He salvages the bunker, for example, right? That's an investment that maybe takes away the advantage of the CC. The earlier you salvage that, the earlier those minerals come back to you, the earlier you're going to be, better off again, right? So, nice, as we are going to be seeing the medevac coming across from the bottom left toward the upper right side. Again, 4 Marines and the siege tank coming across. We do have a couple Hellions and a Reaper just going to be sitting in the main base. This medevac can be boosting right up to the top. Raven is about to pop out. Interference Matrix coming through. The Raven and Marine still gathering as the medevac will unload into this main base. Couple of Marines dropping off. The siege tank as well. Well, the turret comes down. Bunny just does not have enough power here to really go punching through, so that is going to get turned away. Meanwhile, the tank and the Viking still moving through the center of the map. Bunny coming across. As we do have the medevac with a few units inside, ready in an attack into the natural, perhaps. Gonna load a few more units. And Raven already taking some shots. Just gonna be seeing the siege tanks dropping down, getting sieged. Obviously, we're into range of a tank here, though. And because we didn't waste this tank shot finishing off this tank, he instantly got in reach of this one. Bunny desperate to deal damage, and it's just not working for him in the slightest, so this is not good at all. Why is Bunny so desperate to deal damage? I mean, the only reason I can think of is that he's desperate to deal damage because Kira expanded a bit faster. It's wild, though, because Kira's now on the double starport, so in theory, Kira should have the better position overall, as we're going to get into the main base, so Bunny will at least start to do something, but man, for all the lack of success he's had so far, I'm not exactly filled with confidence he's going to find something here in the next few moments. He's denying some mining time. The Marines are going to spread. They're going to attack in. Obviously, no stim or anything as we load up some Vikings to get them out of here. The tank will get a couple more shots off, but nothing serious. And again, Bunny, every attack right now, unfortunately, is just floundering a little bit for him as the units continue to step through. The tank will siege. Load the Vikings up once again. The SCV taking a couple more shots. The tank and the Marine in the center. Medevac unloads toward the main base as one Viking goes down. The Raven goes down as well. And you gotta give credit where it's due. Bunny really lives and dies by his reputation, which is, I am the aggressive crazy Terran. And this is definitely aggression and craziness. The fact that he's still trying to find damage here is, to me, completely bonkers. I mean, he's starting up a 3rd CC now. It's just the fact that the problem is Kira has got the double starport, so he will consistently get more Vikings out. He will consistently be able to use those defensively too. And eventually, now that Kira comes on the attack, that's going to, begin to be a problem as well. Those Vikings come floating overhead, and they will just track this army down. So, not exactly ideal. Actually kills off a Viking as well that wasn't landed yet. Viking's going to land. We're just going to shove in. First tank goes down quickly. The siege tank is going to stay alive a little bit longer. Again, Kira's fine trading out Vikings because he knows he's just going to keep on building more. And he lifts some Vikings back up into the sky. He's going to get ready to keep on pushing in once again. Vikings land one more time. Couple tank shots coming off. The SCV's already pulling in from Bunny. Well, as these Viking wars continue, we will see we pull back a little bit now. It's interesting, right? Because actually, you don't really want to run through the reason you see Bunny retreating like around the left side as well is because this middle of the map, it kind of makes you go around, up a bit, and then down with the bigger units. Bunny knows that if he does that, he's going to get caught up on, right? Units can shoot across, and so he didn't want to do that and potentially give up his units. So actually, you've already seen a bit of a kind of de facto of the map, kind of influencing the way that we move. That's just the double starport, though, that is doing work here for Kira right now as he takes air control, pushing Vikings away. Bunny gets another Viking out. I mean, it's only one more Viking every production cycle, but again, when you look at what's being lost in this game, 9 to 15, Bunny's actually lost so many Vikings. Kira actually had a couple of Ravens, which he lost out on too. The resources lost is like 2k difference, which 8.5 minutes in a TVT and a mirror matchup is brutal. Kira is also ahead by 10 SCVs. Third base now on location. Bunny scans that third base as well, so he's like, okay, it's only just building, but it is on the way, and obviously he's just trying to figure out, like, how dead am I? Like, if that's already landed and saturated, then he maybe just GG's already. It's still building, so he's probably going to keep on trying to fight off. Obviously, tournament life on the line. Game 7 of the semifinals. Final game of the series. Bunny was down by 2 maps. Won a couple in a row. Momentum was on his side, but Kira's found a way to just, again, defend on this final game and put himself into an incredible position here as we are going to see tanks sieging once again. More barracks coming through, the extra Vikings producing, the tanks thinking about maybe moving forward. A couple of the Vikings will land and we're going to push our way through the bottom side. There is going to be another tank into the center here. Honestly, we actually stopped and slowed down for a game where Bunny's been aggressive the first few minutes, then Q's chased him all the way across to the other side. Actually get to catch our breath, but I don't know how long it's going to be for. Q's advantage is sizable, and I think he knows his advantage is there as well, which is very dangerous for Bunny, who's just going to have to try and figure this out. He's going into a third starport, so he's going to try and play just full-on Sky Terror and completely dominate the skies, relying on just tanks on the ground. He's not going to have marine support. This is very powerful if Bunny gets to sit for 3 or 4 minutes and actually get built up. I think the problem is sitting for 3 and 4 minutes is already unlikely. And Q is going to see it as well. Barracks with no add-ons, no extra barracks in the main. He knows the only things that can be happening here is kind of what's going on. I mean, you might not assume extra starports, but you know your opponent's not going to be on the bio upgrades, and that's only going to encourage you to fight, as the position here is obviously good for both of these refineries. So they will get knocked down. Tanks just hiding behind that corner. Well, the SCV's going down too, and again, it's looking grim for Bunny. 30 supply, 40 supply was not a lot in the last game, but that was a much more active game where the upgrades were there. With Stim and Marines, you can stim across and find a really good fight. It's really difficult for Bunny to find a good fight right now because he has no mobility in his army. He has no way to kind of shift a position heavily in his favor out of nowhere. So that's really going to be the struggle at this point in time. There's a few Marines stim around in toward the natural. A couple SCVs already dropping. Vikings lift back up. The Viking on the ground gets rid of 6 SCVs as well. Our Marines come stimming through. 10, 11, 12 workers going down. We keep on adding that. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. No, not 19, just 18. Yeah. Fourth base building. Again, it's a scan from Bunny that's like a how dead am I scan. He's like, oh, I'm that kind of dead. He realizes he has to break out of this because he can't just let his opponent be going up to 4 bases. So it's a scan that does provide information. It's not just a scan where it's like, I'm going to leave the game anyways, but it's like a scan that's like, okay, do I need to break out right now or do I have a little bit of time to work with? Yo, I have to go right now. And obviously in trying to break out right now, it's not going to work for him. Cure is going to take the 4-3 victory, and he is going to take the grand final position. So Cure in the grand finals will be taking on MaxPax or Clem, which is going to be our next best of 7 coming up in a few moments. We're going to get that ready to rumble and get this underway. So let me grab the maps for these two. Alright, awesome. Alright, let me run the Between Series ads, guys, and we will be taking a moment, obviously, for some vetoes. Between Clem and MaxPax, 1 veto each, and then map picks will ensue. What's fun is I'm pretty sure that every map that we've just seen will not be in this map pool, so we're going to see completely different maps in this best of 7 to what we just saw in the previous best of 7. Because coming into this, all the maps have been pretty much played the same. There's 2 maps which have currently been played 4 times. There's a couple maps which have been played 6 times. Just hoping to see some of those 4 times played maps make it through into this semi-final, maybe even the finals. Yeah, hopefully we can get these all nicely and evenly played. Let's see how it goes. Lovely. Again, thank you so much for joining us, guys. Appreciate you being here for our WardiTV 13th edition of the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Great to be still bringing this tournament out to you all. Hi, and Go gets called. So, it's time for MaxPax to pick the first veto. This is going to be my favorite moment where these guys have known about the maps for the last 1 hour and 50 minutes. And MaxPax is going to go, what will I veto now for the next 3 minutes? I can already feel it happening. I can already feel it happening. Alrighty, give us a second, guys. Obviously, get going soon. MaxPax, I love MaxPax. He's like, are the spawns on Last Fantasy random? And I'm like, yes. He's like, okay. Don't know why that takes away fancy so much. Alright, couple maps are vetoed, guys. Let's see what our first map pick is going to be. Does MaxPax like Last Fantasy? It's very Blink friendly. When I was getting feedback from the players, they said very Blink friendly, very drop friendly later in the game. So I think MaxPax might like the blinkiness of Last Fantasy. is available. I mean, you guys can pretty much guess which maps are available more or less based on the maps that we didn't see in the previous series. I will let you know what the first 4 maps are of this series so that you know what we're guaranteed to see. We're going to start with Spirit Crusher, which is not too surprising. I remember MaxPax has played this map in the group stages as well, in PvT2. So we're going to get Spirit Crusher to start off this series. It's going to be map number 1. I have to do some proper hosting now. Spirit Crusher. Put the lobby link into play. So much nicer now. I don't have to invite everyone separately. Yo, Vizkachu, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Best investment in content per dollar easily. Thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Welcome back. Yeah, guys, I guess while we set up some videos, we can do the official WardiTV mid-tournament sellout section, where you guys can be the stars of the show. Have you ever wanted to hear your name said on a stream before MaxPax? Like, this is prime time. Like, MaxPax versus Clem is coming up. You could be mentioned before these two legends come and play against each other. Is that not just the most tempting thing you've ever heard of? If it is, you could consider subscribing. You could consider donating, cheering. You know, we will even do follower shoutouts. If you hit the follow button right now or you want to subscribe on YouTube, we will even shout you guys out. This is your moment while I wait for this to go. I'm just going to tell the players we want all the map picks before we start up. I'm not figuring out maps halfway through or anything. Wazed with the follow. There you go. Huge follow coming in from Wazed. Wazed, a legend of the stream right now. There you go. Isn't that beautiful? What a legend. Insanity. Man, just hit that follow button. Kill Switch is going to be map 2, by the way. And then we're going to go Killer's Mile for map 3. Going to hear what the 4th map is, and I will not tell you guys what maps 5, 6, and 7 will be, just because I don't want to let you guys. I don't want the map makers to be sad when their maps don't get played because the series ends short or something. Shout out to the Melon Man. The Melon Man. It's like the Muffin Man's cousin. Rack, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, that's super generous. Thank you so much. Bernard GG Tissue, Stas Phuket, Bendito Xerus, Bartholomeus 007, and Play Money Crusher. Thank you so much, Rack, for the 5 gifted subs. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Super close to the 700 sub goal as well, guys, so just in case me consistently mentioning subscribing doesn't do it for you, you could see that number get reached. That's like a dopamine blow up for a lot of people, I'm sure. So, you know, if you like numbers being reached, maybe that could be your motivation to subscribe and support StarCraft 2 today. So, Laginella going to be map number 4. Super happy to see that one picked in the guaranteed series of the maps, because that is one of the less played maps right now, which I'm kind of surprised at. I think this one got played a little bit early, and then it's just being vetoed a little bit, or not. It was game 3 in a couple of series, or game 5 in a couple of series. Which is one of the reasons it's been less played, it seems. So yeah. Yo, Scorpion, how you doing on the tier 2? Coming in with the 5-month resub. We're doing the tier 2 for 3 months in advance. Talk about commitment. Isn't that awesome? Wardy never supports WardiTV. Yeah, I'm a D-bag. I even cancelled WardyBot's sub. I didn't actually cancel it. It just got dropped for some reason randomly, and I've not logged back into WardyBot to resub. So WardyBot's not even a sub anymore, guys, or... Is WardyBot a sub right now? Sometimes WardyBot gets gifted a sub. No, WardyBot's not even a sub right now. It's crazy. 5th map will be Antimatter. Another map that we didn't see a lot of in the first few days of the tournament. Oh, now I'm telling you guys what the 5th map is. Okay, I'll tell you guys the full map order then. Which leaves us with Last Fantasy for map 6. And the 7th map will be, if we get to all 7 maps, Grid. Alright, so let's do it as we get into our next round of action. We are going to be heading into Clem versus MaxPax here. Let's get this set up and ready to go. Ready in GLHF, says Clem. Ready in GLHF, says MaxPax. I know this is the series a lot of people have been waiting for. This is always a good one. It's a semi-final this time, not a final with the way that the drawing of the bracket worked. They ended up on the same side. The winner will play Cure in the grand finals. Neither MaxPax nor Clem have ever been in the final of a TLMC tournament, by the way. How about that for a little bit of a statistic? Clem knocked out by Hero last tournament. MaxPax didn't play. Oh no, MaxPax lost in the groups last time around. MaxPax got second place. Oh, sorry, MaxPax got second place to Hero one time. Clem lost to Ryung in the playoffs of same TLMC 10. MaxPax lost to Cure in TLMC 9. He also beat Clem. Yeah, crazy. Crazy to have a tournament series that's so long, and I know MaxPax and Clem are more recent additions, but like they've been dominant for 2 years. For neither of them to have won the TLMC is a bit bonkers, but Hero's been dominating this tournament series, so I guess it makes sense. Alright, in the top right-hand corner of the map, our blue Protoss player, he has picked Spirit Crusher for us to start this series, and it is MaxPax in the top right-hand corner. In the bottom left, our red Terran player from Team Liquid, Clem. And guys, you know what? I love you guys all so much. You can have a
game pause
prediction. About 5 minutes to bet your WardiTV Twitch channel points right now on who you think wins MaxPax versus Clem best of 7 on fresh new maps. Who adapts better to new maps? I always felt MaxPax and Clem are both kind of players who are very comfortable in preparation in terms of when they've played a lot, they get better and more comfortable. I actually think both of these guys are not the sort of players who I would say, here, here's something fresh and new, and they're the first to adapt or be good. Like, obviously, sometimes their skill and talent is enough to, still make them look very good on something fresh and new patch or new maps. But I wouldn't say they're my first picks to be like, oh yeah, you give these guys something fresh, we're good, So yeah, I feel like something a little bit uneasy. As MaxPax gonna ask Clem if he is ready, and we will get this underway. Game 1 of this best of 7, back on track. We follow a probe down to the bottom side in the early stages. Alright, game 1, best of 7. Again, I almost said grand finals because A, best of 7, and B, MaxPax versus Clem, but no. We do have the grand finals coming up after this, which will be featuring Cura, of course. He takes on the winner of this series, whether that is Clem or MaxPax. What's funny is that it's guaranteed to be a PvT, because MaxPax is a Protoss, and Clem is playing Protoss instead of Terran in TVT right now. So, we're guaranteed a PvT final unless Clem has decided that this is it. This is finally the day he goes back to playing Terran versus Terran. I do not think he does. So, that's kind of nice for us. That means we got a couple TVPs in a row, but I think that's okay. We already had our best of 7 TVT go the distance, so we've had some TVT. It's time for us to see the non-mirror matchups now as we come across the map, the probe coming over, and just going to be having our Nexus and the command center building up as we get this underway. WardiTV is not real-time, is it? What do you mean? This is live right now. Is that what you mean? We are live right now. These games are happening as we speak. The players are sat in their gaming chairs, clicking their keyboards and mice. Hence the pause. Hence the pause. We actually have to stop and wait for the pause to play out. Yeah. Crazy, right? I do think sometimes I'm like, you know what would be really good if we're watching replays and just to get that authentic live experience, if there's a pause in the game, instead of skipping through, we actually just pause the replay for a little bit of time just to get that authentic experience of, watching the games live sometimes. Three Marines are available. A couple of SCVs pulled into Clem. He's going to lose one Marine pretty quickly. Now he's got one Marine left over. Second Marine shows up. A couple of shots on the Adept. Second and third Marine show because he's got the reactor on the barracks. No Reaper makes you have a little bit less kind of range with your units, but the reactor is going to be very good at just giving you enough units overall. And so Clem should be okay here. Second Adept showing up, but we're going to have 5 Marines very shortly. He's just going to run for a moment, takes one more hit. There's the 2 extra Marines. And this dance at the start is looking to be a-okay for both players. I don't think anyone is overly concerned with how this has panned out. Hey, what's up, Michael, on the YouTube chat as well? Just saying thanks for all your hard work. I appreciate the kind words, mate. Thanks for tuning in today. Hope the games are good for you. As you have the Marines just continue to gather up, the Adept continue to shade up, the depots keep raising and lowering to let units out and to block the Adepts from coming in. That's obviously an expectation here. No surprises about that one, as this Adept is going to shade through once again. Just going to see a Cyclone popping out. The Adept's going to try and come through once more. Marines are stepping up. The Cyclone locks onto an Adept already, which is getting pushed up the upper right side. That Adept is going to go down. The other Adept is in the natural. The Marines are going to be able to kill that as well. So both of the Adepts early in this game go down. Here on Spirit Crusher, I've not talked much about the map early. This map to me is... I don't have much to add to this map. I feel like it speaks for itself. You've got a good choice of bases. Obviously, it's kind of mirrored top left to bottom right, so it's diagonally symmetrical, which... yeah. I mean, everyone kind of has their own bases apart from these bases here. Even then, you could go one base here, one base for me, one base for you or so. So yeah, it's yeah, it's kind of just standard and I think just solid. This is a map which I think has had some fine games on it as well and definitely shows the potential of it. So another one of the maps I was considering for the WardiTV events, because again, I think my goal was to try and hit something fresh but standard for the most part. Didn't quite make the cut, as we do see the Stalker's going to blink forward aggressively, clean out the siege tank, clean out the medevac as well. I think getting quite a few Stalker kills as Clem, so I wouldn't say this was a disaster at all. He's going to lose a final few Marines. How many Stalkers went down? 4. I think Clem would have liked to get maybe 5 or 6. Good shutdown from MaxPax as Clem's first push there does not maybe do as much as he would have liked. Just going to have the Viking coming across the far right-hand side. It's going to try and get all the way over there, turn into the main base as well, as Stalkers and the Prism continue to make their way down to the bottom left. The Marines gathering up on the natural. Liberator going to join up there as well. And the Stalkers and the Prism again going to get set. A couple more Stalkers warping in. Couple Marines going to step through. Tank is going to siege. The SCV is still doing some repairing. The Stalkers have to blink back once again. As the Viking siege tank, Marines and the Stim Pack all continue to come through. A nexus of MaxPax sets up on the third base as well. There are a few more Stalkers just getting warped in here from MaxPax, so just going to get those up and underway. And our siege tank is going to be getting a blast off. We do see a Stalker going down there. The Marine's going to pull in. The SCV is trying to get to the front. We go back and forth. That Viking's still going to be firing. The SCV is coming back the other direction also. It's going to be seen against him. +1. All coming through. Add a few more Stalkers into this as well. And there's a few extra Stalkers warping in right now as MaxPax brings this into play once again. And we look to continue through. A few more shots continue to come about. Orbital Command going to take some damage as we speak. We step forward once more. 3 probes, 6 SCVs. All going down. MaxPax obviously able to stand up with these Stalkers. And this Orbital Command has already been taking some damage. We lose a couple more SCVs. Clem got to be careful. The tank doesn't want to be too far forward. We're not on Stim Pack just yet. This is the benefit of MaxPax having cleaned up that initial attack of Clem. Able to come here and be very aggressive with these Stalkers right now. Stand in the fight. Trade out well. Use your Blink Micro to maintain those units' hit points. Very nice. Well, the Stalkers pull around. Gonna go for the Blink into the main as we come straight up here. Combat Shield is in danger. Oh, we're gonna lose Stim Pack as well. Clem in a world of trouble. That Stim was so close to being done. It was one of the things I thought he was going to get to, and then obviously this game becomes a whole lot easier. Doesn't see the Observer either. No scan for that. Obviously the Prism was there for high ground vision, just in terms of getting rid of, you know, MaxPax's ability to see what's going on. This is obviously kind of the barracks place in the worst possible place, right? Like, this is a clear blink up spot, and I think if Clem plays this map one more time, I don't think he's ever going to build Stim in this position in a TVP again, right? Unless he knows it's no blink. Because, yeah, that's just asking for your tech labs to be denied. You're going to try and move forward, obviously, without Stim. You definitely don't want to be on the map and trading. MaxPax is going to finish charge, and I wonder if you can actually just fight with charge lots and Stalkers before Clem has upgrades, and absolutely just secure himself what is likely going to be I mean, it would be very good trades if you're going to fight pre-stim, right? Is what this comes down to. How many gates are we on? 8? MaxPax is going to fight. There's no two ways. And like I say, you can look at this and say, well, Clem's army supply is good. He's got +1. Yes, but the lack of stim at this stage is... It's just a huge deal. I mean, plain and simple, sometimes it's not rocket science. As the army here stepping through. Clem obviously trying to take a third as well, so you're in a less defensive position than you might have been in other scenarios. Widow Mine is going to go off of the Prism. 2 Widow Mines. The Prism gets denied. Okay. Well, if there's a way to defend, that would be the start of it, because now there's no warping potential, but the medevac goes down, and Clem's going to get overwhelmed anyway. And MaxPax capitalizes on that initial cleanup of Clem's push, and is going to get himself the 1-0 lead in this best-of-7 semi-final. MaxPax is able to take his map pick and take it into a map victory. And, like I say, gets himself off to that 1-0 lead. Yeah, I think getting rid of Stim is so obviously just guarantees. I think it was already looking pretty good for MaxPax, but getting rid of Stim is... It just extends the amount of time in which the Terran is in a tumultuous position. And the longer they're in that position, the more opportunity you get as the Protoss to commit to a fight. There was a Dark Shrine coming up. There was so much tech from MaxPax in the future. And in that moment, right then and there, he obviously just had the firepower and the numbers as well, based on what had been happening early. So MaxPax gets the lead in the series, 1-0 in his favor. And we'll be heading into Kill Switch for map number 2. This has been one of our lesser played maps. Gets vetoed a lot. It's weird. It looks strange. I actually think it's very interesting for TVP. It's the one with the watchtower in the main base as well. So, yeah, let's see what happens as Ready and GLHF gets called. And we'll see if Clem can bring it back a map. Obviously, we are just cheering for games. Like, we want to see this go 7 games. We want to see all of the maps possible come into play here. Those are things that we would really love to have happen as we get into game number 2. Let's see if Clem can bring it back to tie it up, or if MaxPax is going to extend a little bit of a lead in this best-of-7 semi-final. And thanks for tuning in to the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament number 13. We appreciate you all. Hope you're having a fantastic weekend and a beautiful Sunday. As you have got in the bottom left-hand side, or the far left-hand side, our blue Terran player down a game, Team Liquid's Clem. Far right, Red Protoss. It's going to be MaxPax. Probe going to Chrono Boost, Gateway and the Assimilator coming about. The probe of MaxPax heading over to the left-hand side. TV probe coming about. Just get settled here for a few moments. Let's see our SCV and our probe gonna nibble at each other. We're just going to sit up to the top again next. New Assimilator come through. The Adept is going to Chrono Boost on out as we have ourselves the first few moments of this game looking peaceful. Factory coming up from Clem. Again, I'm going to play no Reaper. It's just going to play a Marine into Reactor, get a lot of Marines on the way. Let's talk a bit about our map because it is interesting in case this is your first time seeing the TLMC this week, your first time catching Kill Switch. We got an in-base watchtower, and the reason is this entire main is big and it's very exposed around here. So you take this watchtower and you get vision over drop potential. There are some slow zones here. You can mine out this gold and get towards base in this direction. On this other side, there's obviously mineral wall up into the natural as MaxPax throws down a gateway, so he's looking to be aggressive from the get-go on this map. And Clem has Marines and a Hellion initially chase this Adept down. What's very fun about this map is that you typically have to take the third base here or here. I think you can maybe kind of get up here and take the third base over in this direction, but that's not really something we've seen much of yet, so I think that's a little bit of a question mark as well. It's definitely, so far players have been kind of taking a third here. Quite a few players have kind of taken a third over here as well. I mean, our first time seeing this map was between Bjorn and Zaun in the group stages. Zaun didn't take his natural, he took his natural here instead, and that turned into a pretty fun game. This map is very aggressive. You end up kind of clashing horns quite early on between these two, between players quite frequently. And obviously, that's only going to be accelerated by the proxied gateway. Twilight Count's coming up, though. Third gateway finishing. Like I say, going to be a lot of pressure coming out of MaxPax as Clem. I don't love what's happening. Clem doesn't have the info. Because he's going no Reaper, he's essentially getting punished by MaxPax, who's choosing to be aggressive. Yeah, you're kind of getting punished because you just don't know what your opponent is doing, and by not knowing what your opponent's doing, you end up in some weird, difficult positions to deal with, and this is one of them. You just don't know these Stalkers are warping in. He does pull back. He doesn't have any potential of a bunker up here right now, but he did only send the Widow Mine across the map, so that is nice. These Stalkers, I mean, Clem sees it now, and as you see this, you realize, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Going to pull up a few SCVs, but he does have high ground, and the high ground's going to help a lot. If this was a map that had a clean, like, flat land into the natural, I think Clem's in a lot of trouble. But because MaxPax has to step that much further forward to get the first shots off with the Stalkers, it's not going to go that well. Clem gets two of them right now. Liberator is, I think, going to be... Oh my god, it just skirts the edge of the Stalker's vision. And the bunker looks like it's going to get online. I wonder if MaxPax is going to try and do something with this rock tower or anything. Doesn't seem like it, though. Siege tank now available too, and I think this initial 3-gate is going to be held off pretty easily, so pretty comfortable defense. It means Blink will be later because you don't go Twilight Council after 1 gate, you went Twilight Council after a few gates, so your Blink is a bit later than usual, so you can't be as aggressive with the Blink straight away, and your Robo is very late as well, so that's definitely a factor as Clem does find the gateway here. Now the Liberator sieges up, is actually going to get a 4th probe that comes back to mining a little bit too soon, and Clem starts to get some good damage early here on kill switch as MaxPax comes back around this side. I was wondering, Clem needs to boost this medevac. If he gets it available, the Stalkers won't get it. There's dead airspace down here, so you're safe. I was wondering, does this rock tower drop onto the mineral patches? I think it... Does it become like a rock-based defense here? Because I was wondering if MaxPax could knock that down and then just chip through the rocks to gain another access point into this base, but I don't think it's necessarily going to matter by the time it comes around, as the 2-tank siege and the Adepts are going to commit in. We're just going to go for this. Auto turret will drop down. This is all about getting as many units as possible. We get a couple Stalkers. The Adepts will take some heavy damage as well. Clem has taken the Watchtower, by the way, with the SCV here. It's just mining through and looking good. Marines, Medevac, and Tank continue to step up. The Adept goes down. A couple Stalkers are still taking shots as well. We are going to be seeing 2 more Stalkers going down. And again, Tank in range now as Clem just steps a little bit more aggressively forward. He wants to get rid of this pylon and this gateway, but it's difficult to justify stepping that far across right now. As MaxPax will just take this base. This is, to me, the absolute obvious base to take. But it's not been obvious for everyone. As, we have never seen also these rocks in the center be knocked down to remove these slow zones. That could also be something we see if we get a longer game, perhaps. Okay, sitting there. Marines, the tank, going to be coming to step forward. A couple of Stalkers going to begin to get knocked down. Oh, MaxPax is going to say GG. Wow, he just gets out of there. Oh, he has been hoping we maybe see a bit of a longer game. We just don't. Yeah, he just realized he doesn't have the Stalker count or anything to deal with the push from Clem, and he knows obviously he went 3 gates, he went a bit committed, and he did nothing with it. So he just leaves super quickly. I appreciate that looks like a fast GG. It is on the faster side of GGs, but it's got reason behind it as well, because like I say, he opened 3 gateways, he didn't really do much with it, and I think obviously he started to lose Stalkers there as well. He's just like, yeah, okay, I'm not going to have enough to defend this. So, yeah, here we go. GG's. Alright, move people around. And we'll just take a second here. Well, it's sad to see such a fast game in Kill Switch. I would have loved to see how these two maneuver kind of a longer game on the map, but that's okay. We're not going to get tread every time with the long games. You can't be too greedy, and the reality is a lot of StarCraft 2 games end 10 minutes or so, a little bit sooner, right? You can't have everything. Can't have everything. All right, I think we're good. Let's kick off into game number 3. We're tied up 1-1, which means we're guaranteed to see map 5 of the series, which is Antimatter. So Antimatter will 100% be played here as well. We need to see game 6 for Selection. No, Selection is guaranteed, right? We need to see game 6 for Last Fantasy. We need 6 maps for Last Fantasy. That would be nice, because that would take all the maps up to 5 times played minimum. Can I unban you on Take TV? No, I don't think I have any power on Take TV. Alright, let's get this underway. As in the top right-hand side, our Blue Terran player from Team Liquid, bringing it back a map. Good defense from him. It is Clem. As our red Protoss in the bottom left, it is MaxPax. Again, thank you for tuning in today. Again, we're doing a little bit more of a push right now towards just mentioning things. So, if you guys are enjoying the stream, do consider liking it if you're on the YouTube channel. Scroll down, give it a like, subscribe to the YouTube if you've not already. We're less than 20 subs away from 45,000 subs on YouTube, so if you want to help us out there, that would be amazing. We have very, like I say, audacious goals of hitting 50k subs this year. We'd have to do a little bit more, but maybe if we start pushing it more aggressively, it's still doable, so do check that out. Obviously, if you're on the Twitch, you can hit the follow button as well. I appreciate it. As we just take a second to get into Killer's Mile. This is the map which I've also added to the WardiTV tournament map rules. I think this one plays out in a fun macro way. Again, I don't think it's too risky of a pick. I think it's solid. I like it. I got some of the points for my votes when it came to the TLMC voting as well, which you guys can do, !TLMC, if you want the link to vote on the maps. Very happy to provide that for you guys. You guys should absolutely go vote on the maps which have been your favorite this week. You've got 7 days to vote as well, so you want to watch through some of the VODs and vote, or if you just want to vote off the few maps you've seen already, something caught your eye and you thought was fun, get out there, go vote. Let's get as many TLMC votes as possible. I really want to push this. I'm going to be talking about it all week long, so get out there and vote for your maps. Oh, the middle base is gold? No. These are just normal. Yeah. Kind of a risky middle of the map expand, because you definitely can get attacked in from the sides. Obviously, left side, top side, bottom side. Shots over the ledge are very possible as well, of course. So see our Adept going to shade out towards the upper right side, so again, just going to be journeying across. All these maps look super cool. Wish you could see more of them. Well, like I say, we've added some of them into the WardiTV map pool, so we're actually going to be seeing some of them in WardiTV events. And obviously, hopefully, we get a ladder map pool update that actually just adds a bunch of them in as well. That'll also be very cool to see, so... But yeah, this is our... As far as I'm concerned, this selection of maps is our group of maps to kind of pick maps from if you want to mix it up a little bit for the next, for the foreseeable future, basically, so... Very happy to have them all be so solid. I think that's the cool thing. Like, when I was trying to pick some, I was like, it was difficult for me to pick any out, and I don't think that's because we lack, like, a really good contender. I just think that they're all genuinely very good contenders to be played on a regular basis. It's a good problem to have, right, when all the maps just look decent enough to be, you know, put into map pools. I'm obviously very different style here, actually playing Reapers, playing Hellions as well. Dive through, Stalker just going to take some damage. The Adept moves up as well. We pull back. We're going to see the Hellions are going to dive by, going to get into the main base. Stalkers get rid of one Hellion. We're going to see this... oh, Adept does not get rid of the Reapers, so Clem's going to be able to start getting some probes. Breaking through here, going to get up to 3 workers, I believe. That Reaper should be able to catch that one. Good pro pull with the block. He gets to 3 worker kills anyway. Maybe could have targeted this one for 4. That was good in denial from MaxPax, because that could have easily been 4, if not 5. So Yeah, MaxPax handles it. Obviously some lost mining time as well, as the bunker drops down into the front of the natural. Robo facility finishing up from MaxPax in a few moments. Blink is halfway done. Siege tank and Marines being produced. And this medevac coming across the map for Marines and a Cyclone heading straight down to the south over these next few moments. Pylon drops in, Cyclone going to drop next to it, and obviously this is Clem just keeping up the pressure, wanting to just keep on going. Obviously this is fun, because if Clem ever gets a chance to hit this third base, the drop up into the natural is very fun. There's this dead airspace down here a little bit as well, so you can kind of go like jump into different bases. So that's pretty neat too. Not a lot of dead airspace, but there's definitely a little bit of dead airspace back there. I don't know if it's enough to actually hang a medevac in. Maybe that's an incorrect assumption for me, as the medevac just about pulls back. Marine's going to jump into the bunker, and you have the Stalkers gathering up. The Observer going to set up there. Raven going to be right there as well, so the Observer goes down immediately for MaxPax, and that's 75 gas down the drain, simply for the fact the Raven spawned just as he was getting the Observer into a position to keep a spy on what was happening on the natural of the Terran. Stalkers join up together. A few more Stalkers coming across. Stim pack and the +1 upgrade coming through from Clem. We got some extra SCVs building as well. And this group of units from MaxPax is going to sit out the front. +1 attack, charge going through. We had a few more gateways into play. The Stalkers at the front just going to sit right there in the bunker with a few Marines inside hanging about. And as we're going to pull back a little, the Observer of MaxPax coming back across and heading toward the main base. Got the Observer again, so that's a second obs going down, and that's actually really nice because now no high ground vision. Clem can focus a little bit more on defending out over here. I talked a little bit about this map, I think, when I was like, oh, this feels good for blinking in, but it's like, it's actually a fairly compact main, so I actually think this tank could be like here. And with this tank being here, you really cover this space, this blink-in spot, and you cover a lot of the natural blink-in positions that you would do as MaxPax as well. The beauty of obviously MaxPax and Clem is that when they play each other, they really figure out down to the T exactly where units should be defensively. So at first you're not going to have, on new maps exactly the correct positions for tanks defensively, but I think over time you'll see Clem, if he plays this map more, will get a little bit better with that tank positioning, figuring out where things should be at. And MaxPax will also figure out what he can do when it comes to kind of trying to find openings. There's going to be the Prism coming in just as Clem leaves. Now the question is, does Clem turn back around? Answer, no. He's very confident that he's actually pulled SCV, so yeah, he wants to just send it. He will deal with these Zealots over the next few moments. Pulls back. Oh, what a lift up! Dodges the Widowmine shots! Oh, I love that. That's going to make this a little bit more complicated for Clem. Just a longer defense, more SCVs going down. Good job from MaxPax, as he is obviously in trouble on the other side, though. +1 is done from Clem, not done for a few more seconds from MaxPax. Clem drops the auto turrets in, as we continue to just shove on through. A lot of his SCVs that were in this army down, but he's 30 army supply ahead, as we do see the tank sieging up and a couple of Zards still dropping. Looks as though MaxPax is done on the other side of the map. He's only got a couple of Immortals. There's no Colossus just yet. Clem's tanks, though, left on their own in the background. Clem pulls back to try and deal with some of the Zealots. Still about a 30 army supply lead. Reinforcements are going to start showing up because the pressure from MaxPax stopped on the other side. And I think that means that Clem is just going to be able to get across and play cleanup on this base. And Clem is looking to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 7. Another medevac showing up, Marine coming around. The Observer right there is going to see the lift up, and so we can preemptively move some Stalkers across, but it's not enough. And because you blink over, you're not going to have that danger of like blinking underneath and grabbing the medevac out of nowhere. So that not being a factor is going to make it a little bit easier here for Clem as well. He just played cleanup on a pylon and so on. And I think it's fair to say that this one is looking pretty good for Clem. A few Stalkers and the Prism are trying to make things happen as Clem pulls back. I mean, he's already killed the third base. Now, that said, Clem was obviously pretty committed. He's actually down on SCVs right now, so this game is not done yet. The problem I think we foresee for MaxPax is that he's playing a 2-base setup versus 2 bases. Typically, that's good for a Terran. He's going to try and get to a Dark Shrine. He does have Colossus that Clem does not have a lot of answers to. But Clem is adding Vikings, so he's starting to get answers to the problems that MaxPax might provide for him, given a little bit more time to keep setting up. And I think the biggest issue is if you step to a third base right now as MaxPax, Clem's going to punish you by jumping on those Colossus. No thermal lance, they don't have the range to keep themselves as safe as possible. The Vikings have just found the Prism heading across to the right, and MaxPax didn't realize it straight away. Actually turned it into the Vikings, but the Vikings kind of blundered it as Clem drops into the main base. 3 medevacs, but he's actually going to lift back up, and he's actually going to take quite a few shots on 1 medevac. He actually took a moment to go back and relift some units, which was a little bit costly as well. MaxPax supply block losing the pylon. A new one on the way is barely going to free him from a supply block, though, so he's going to have to get another couple. Starts to fix that now. These are just macro errors that are being forced by Clem because Clem is, killing the pylons. These are not just MaxPax not noticing. It's a hectic game. Dark Shrine is about to finish, though. That's where that Prism is going to remain very important. Clem is only a 2-base Terran player, so he doesn't have a lot of scans available at any point in time. And obviously, he might just be dropping... He is still just dropping mules aggressively here, so he's not saving scans against DTs. He actually scanned for the Observer. Marine finds the Prism. This is so annoying because you can't warp in DTs if you're constantly on the run, so if the DTs warp in, they would have to be at home. It gives Clem more time to prep a defense. There is the first DT coming across the map right now. Yeah, no turrets from Clem, who probably knows he's ahead, so you could argue maybe he should be playing as though he's ahead and just kind of guaranteeing, oh, how could I lose this? Let DTs do too much is definitely one way of that. So maybe he should have built up some turrets by now. As we continue to work our way around, MaxPax going to try and re-expand the DT, gets into the main. So yeah, that's definitely going to do some damage as Clem has just used a scan here as well, so scans might be an issue for him. Oh, scans are absolutely an issue here for him. Clem does not have the scans he needs. He's got a DT on the army as well. Clem's in trouble as the SCVs are going to pull away. He's going to try and build turrets in the main. He's going to be committed to this fight right now. And as the DT is still here swiping, he could really do with the scan. Where are we at? 50 energy now. He does scan across the map. He's just going to use this as a chance to load up and go elsewhere. But there's a pylon there, so we're going to get a little bit of a heads up about this. Clem, another DT approaching the front. Starport on a reactor, not a tech lab, and DTs are helping MaxPax in a big way as Clem does not go too far with those medevacs. He is actually going to try and come in the other direction. The Stalkers in the main base open the door for the Vikings, though, and they get rid of 2 out of 4 Colossus already. Vulcan map to attack in on because of these rocks, but if you open those rocks, maybe enough space for then Clem to attack in more properly. A 3rd Colossus goes down as MaxPax is losing his splash damage, and for all the effects of the DTs, the 3rd base goes down again. DT's showing up in the natural, still no missile turret there. But yeah, Clem's breaking forward, and the robo facility's right in the front too, which means that is now extremely exposed, and Clem able to push his way in, deny the robo. That means tech units are going to be denied. And at this point, it's just a matter of scanning up the DT, I think. I don't think anything else is going to matter here. The Vikings get the last Colossus. We scan for the DT. Probes are going down. And Clem looks as though he's just about going to clutch it in the end. To scan across the map, obviously now saving all the energy for scans. As MaxPax is going to have to type GG. Clem is going to win it on Killer's Mile as it gets a little bit hectic and a little bit crazy. GG's Clem takes the 2-1 advantage in this best of 7. And will be taking himself into a lead. Alright, we are going to head into a 4th map of this series with Clem leading the best of. Slaginella going to be our 4th map, so let's get into this one that's not being played quite as much. This is, I think, our least played map of the tournament at the moment, so let's get into it. And yeah, I actually think I don't think that this map has an in-base expand, which is obviously scaring a couple of people here and there for sure. Let's get this underway. Making orbs. Track up Clem. MaxPax is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready GLHF says Clem. MaxPax is going to ready in GLHF so we can go. If we can go right now, we don't need any ads at all. Give MaxPax a second. I think we're not good for ads either way, actually. Alright, everyone's set. Let's go and get... Let's go in game. Let's get this rolling. Alright, so Legionella, let's get into game number 4. In the bottom right now, trailing the series, our red Protoss is MaxPax. And these two so good that little advantages early in the game. I mean, it's little things that decide the games between these two, and little things early typically snowball. You know, these two do play long games as well. It's just they have so much danger and potential in their play to end it earlier on. You definitely see it happen in a fair amount. Actually, had a good bit of back and forth in that last game. MaxPax very narrowly made a comeback. He just defending them, dropping them. The drop in the main was so smart by Clem because he was able to pull the Stalkers away and it exposed the Colossus. Without exposing those Colossus, yeah, without exposing the Colossus, it would have been a little bit more difficult for Clem, because if the Vikings protect the Colossus, you can't really break into the 2 base setup at least. And I feel like MaxPax was doing enough with the DTs to keep Clem kind of scrambling, so well handled by Clem, though. I think it's fair to say that yeah, I think it's very fair to say that Clem was yeah, definitely in trouble, and a lot of people would just let that, you know, make the game fall apart from there. That didn't happen last time around. Clem kept it going. This has a map with an in-base expansion. We'll see if Clem utilizes that. See what we want to do. Legionella, as MaxPax is looking to get the in-base right away. Alright, so we set up, as you have a CC in the back. Both players going to take the in-base expansion and pocket expand. One of the most just standard pocket expands we've seen in a while. As the hallucination shades across to the left side, so we can see what's going on. Good selection of builds so far in this series. As the hallucination moves through, Marine going to be hitting that. They are going to drop the starport into play as well. And that command center going to be finishing in a few moments. So CC finishing up, and Marine going to hit the hallucination once again. And the hallucination just gets to see everything. So investing into the sentry early. Obviously it is a gas investment to get that hallucination out, but it does give you all the info you could ask for, so that is a big benefit. And now Blink is very much so on the way. Hallucination coming across over to the left side. There's a Widow Mine there, and we keep on trying to scout, trying to make sure we see what's going on. As the factory gonna move off the tech lab, so just be Marines to drop with if Clem does want to go across the other side. MaxPax is still very much so sticking to the Blink opener. 2 gateways, the Robo facility. Might just be a way for him to get into a fast third base. This base over here has a lot of access points once these rocks die 7-8 minutes in. And there's definitely a few different ways in, so you've got to be ready to defend from multiple angles on the third. Obviously, super early, there shouldn't be too many units coming from multiple sides, but just obviously changes the way you play defensively at points as the hallucination needs to come over. Medevac will boost once more, and away we go. Medevac loads back up. There is that third Nexus coming down from MaxPax. Still yet to see. I mean, Clem, okay. I guess we are seeing what he wants to do. He's going to be going Banshees. Banshee tank, lots of damage output. Maybe a Marine tank push as the Banshees try to pull MaxPax around a little bit as well. Hallucination just going to hit. Obviously, again, good scouting because we keep on confirming what's going on. MaxPax is just going to know everything that Clem is moving for. Clem is very good with Banshees, so even if you know they're coming, he's likely going to find some opening, some opportunity, and a way to get some damage done here and there with them. The drop goes into the third base, and that's going to take some of the attention away from the Banshee in the main/natural. Battery's coming up, so it's not going to be potential for one Banshee alone to do much for long. Because Banshee does show up just before the battery's ready, and going to get a few more kills, +2, +3, +4, I think. Just depends if you try and save that Banshee quickly. Banshee's going to live into that bottom right corner. 6 workers killed already as Clem opens up with some damage. This next Banshee continues up through the top. Impact, combat shield +1. Coming on through. Clem never uncloaked this Banshee, a little bit of a mistake. Obviously just letting energy drain off of it when it was just, being cloaked there in that corner made absolutely zero difference, so it's a little bit of a mistake there, unnecessary energy commitment as this Banshee here slips into the main, but there's a battery, so it's very difficult to really do much right now. There's a battery everywhere, so I think the only thing we'd really do is get the Banshees joined together. Get this Banshee uncloaked, just going to sit along the side and maybe just wait for an opportunity further down the line. I was wondering what's going on. I think that all these units are following this probe. This is the most protected probe. I don't know who this probe is. I don't know if he's the president of the Protoss Probe Society or what, but he's the most protected probe on the map right now. His 3 Stalkers acting as his personal shield to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, probes elsewhere getting slaughtered. And, one probe has 3 Stalkers, all these probes only have 3 Stalkers and a Sentry. It's just not really fair, right? It doesn't add up. A couple of probes go down. We do have ourselves the Zealots, the Immortal, the +1 attack upgrade all coming through. We had an extended thermal lance on into that as well. Again, the Prism up at the top is going to take a turn, and we just get ourselves ready to push in toward the main base here. Clem's obviously been passive on the ground, but he's been building up a good army. Upgrades are now done. MaxPax is immediately ready to attack, but I love this. There's a medevac to join up with these Marines as well, so MaxPax says this is not the position to commit to. Some Stalkers on the map start to get caught as well, and Clem maneuvers his way around. Also has a drop up over here. Looks like he might chase the Watchtower, or just join everything together. We still have the 2 different Banshees that are poised, and they are keeping some units out of position. Nope, this probe security detail has been removed down to 2 Stalkers. Either he's less important now, or he's, or he just can't afford 3 Stalkers all the time. Or maybe it's a less dangerous time, you only need 2 instead of 3. That is quite the choke point that Clem sets up on, is they are going to begin to fire some shots here. The tank does a lot, the Widowmine's protect if you need to pull back against the Zealots quite heavily. So this Banshee moved a little bit, hasn't done much. It's just the Observer here. I keep getting distracted by that little red dot on the minimap. It's the Prism I'm trying to keep an eye on over on this far left-hand side, which is still setting up and still thinking about what it might be able to do over time. This drops just 1 Zealot off, and Clem is a little slow to see the Zealot. I mean, I say a little slow, took him like a second instead of instantaneously moving. Look, you gotta, move the goalpost when the guys are Clem and MaxPax, and they're both very good. Did the Prism recall? No, Prism... No, it did recall. Yeah, Viking was hunting it down. I didn't know if it already had the kill or not. So Prism recalls, we get 5 SCVs. Kills, which are... 5 SCVs is very manageable. Usually the thing with the Prism and the counterattacks that's really effective and impactful is obviously SCVs add up. But what's really impactful is usually pulling units away and opening up other positions of vulnerability because you're trying to defend that dropship from getting ridiculous amounts of workers. 5 SCVs going down in this circumstance I don't think is as scary. Let's look at the supply, by the way. 50 army supply lead from Clem. He has cleaned up 2,000 minerals to 500 minerals of resources on the map so far, so that plus Terran, I guess, just naturally getting a bit of a supply lead quickly in games is kind of what that looks like then, as the Zealots here going to try and run in. There's 2 Widow Mines in this mineral line, so these Zealots will not do much. Easy cleanup from Clem again. That's why the Prism's so nice, because you can say, oh, in this moment, it's actually going to be nice if I can just get +8 Zealots on this position. You can kind of make that call. Sending 8 Zealots across the map on their own is very scary, because if you get caught on the way across, you obviously lose 8 Zealots, and that's very expensive. And so being able to... That's why the Prism is just so powerful, because you can make a informed decision on whether you commit that many resources to the attack or not. Tell you what, this map has a lot of ledges to maneuver around. Clem, I feel like, is doing a lot of wandering around this corner, around that corner. Prism finds a great way in as it gets past the two Vikings and the Widow Mines there. Again, this is the Observer that Clem just didn't grab onto. And because of that, obviously the Widow Mines are known about, so MaxPax knew exactly the sort of approach to take. One more Viking in the center here, the Prism will die. Again, I'd say this is pretty fine for Clem, though, because the whole idea of this Prism play is trying to pull Clem out of position. Clem didn't really have to pull out of position to deal with this, right? The Vikings still cleaned up. The Prism still went down. Watchtower here gives Clem the heads up to get rid of that Zealot. Don't know if we needed to stim the entire army just to kill the Zealot that was coming in, but we push it back, and these players are going to get maxed out as a Widow Mine catches MaxPax just unawares. One Stalker down. Second Stalker here should be able to blink. A little bit of splash. Unfortunately, that Stalker, that blink does go down, so the Widow Mine should be credited for that kill too. It forced the Stalker to be out of position. Minions gathering on the right side. Medivacs load up. Vikings going to come back towards the center. Those Medivacs there going to be in location. The rest of the bio continuing to come into the center. First DT swiping. Where's that at? It's on this base here. It's a quick scan. Obviously, missile turrets get invested into here from Clem. Already had a missile turret here, but there's no units, so it's not necessarily a defense. As these guys really are just sat back. The macro game is developing. Upgrades coming through. Shadow Stride coming online. Clem did not find any position to attack into initially. The Disruptor shot will be far from the targets. First real Disruptor shot attempt we've seen in the game. As again, we are stepping forward with these Vikings. We're going to recall a portion of the army into the natural because Clem has a lot of units here. He can probably just stand and fight this to some extent. Tight back against a few of the Zealots. I think this is a fine trade where it's like, the problem is if you lift up and leave, you're going to get blinked on by the Stalkers. If you do it too soon. But he's able to trade with quite a few Zealots there, take those units down. And MaxPax being made to respect the fact that Clem, even though he's not made a larger kind of main army attack on foot, he's still been pretty good at kind of finding areas and locations to kind of get in with a couple of drops and so on. And just threatening MaxPax from being too underprepared around the map. I like these rocks being collapsed because that's going to deny one of the attack pathways into this location for Clem, so you shut off that area. Collapses that tower. Does he want to collapse this tower too? Again, just denies... I think this one maybe not because this is a main pathway he's been using. Like, he's moving a lot around the top of the map, so this one maybe denies his own mobility. Versus this one denies... Like, he has no reason to be attacking through over here. Like, there's nothing really in this area to go attack. So that's just defending the position, whereas on the top it would be denying his movement. Obviously, MaxPax might like to, clean up these rocks and maybe knock these rocks down over here, for example, too. As Clem's going to find a Nexus. Now, there's a lot of Zealots bottom left-hand side that are about to attack on in. The drop over here is going to stim upwards and just going to find this line of static defense. Cannons will do pretty well against the Marines and Marauders. The Stalkers will add to that. Clem gets rid of the base. Can MaxPax swivel into position and make this overcommitment from Clem? Disruptor shots fire, protects the army from the bio, which was very much so ready to take a trade. Obviously, as soon as Disruptor shots start firing through, you got to respect that, as the whole position is going to be protecting a couple of Marines, which are going to be able to hold out. The space here, 13 SCVs going down, DT on the top side as well. Clem has to start splitting up all over, try and get the defense going. He's down to 48 SCVs, so definitely territory where you're going to replace a few. As, yeah, he kind of needs a few more units just in general because those Zealots are causing issues, so... MaxPax's big Zealot commitment works out. Got around the bottom side. Works out for him. Wouldn't mind. Here, we'll kill a Zealot off those. The Watchtower is not going to be holdable. Same up here. Wouldn't mind just on the Watchtower. It's actually kind of a cute way of getting some work done. Of course, it is then an easy picking once you know about it. As MaxPax. A little bit of a fight in the center, sorry, just a little bit late to jump over here. First couple of Disruptor shots going out. One Disruptor went down. The main portion of the force backs away from MaxPax. The Liberator puts some work in, cleans out those Zealots. The rest of the army from MaxPax still stepping through. SCVs will transfer up towards this base here as well. It's just going to get mining right on that position. The Bio army will come about. The Watchtower taken back into Clem's favor. starting to get liberated. This is obviously a really nice addition to the tech. Nice split on those Marines. Stops the disruptor shots from landing. Another nice split, minimizing the damage being taken. Doing a great job against those disruptors so far. 15 minutes deep here on Solagenera currently. And kind of the game we've been waiting for between these two. We've had the more aggressive games. This is the more macro-focused game. And, yeah, it's delivering. 3 Colossus still available, so Clem's Viking count is very important. Setting those quite far back at the moment, I guess because he sees the Colossus are not here. But he knows he hasn't killed them, so... like, he knows they're around, so yeah, just going to keep his Vikings safe so they don't get picked off. Vikings are the kind of unit that puts, it takes a little bit of extra work to kind of micro them with this army because they're going to trail forward a bit when maybe, because they're air units, with a ground army. As Clem finds this base on the bottom side, you get that pylon, you got to stop the warp in, and this base, I think, will then just die. And MaxPax's instantaneous reaction to just warp in on location there is going to get punished a little as Clem chasing forward to find some disruptors here too. Another disruptor shot not quite going to reach through that watchtower positioning. Now the army comes in from the bottom. The couple Colossus already there. The Ghosts and the Bio unit's going to get forced back once more. Operator top right is also going to deny mining it as well. As we warp in 4 more Stalkers. The Disruptor's still producing. That Bioforce gets through the watchtower. Nice connection. Finally a bit of a bad Disruptor shot from MaxPax. This time Clem is looking elsewhere. As MaxPax continues to try and keep this army of Clem at bay. I'm going to join up from the bottom side to the top so he has the army size to maybe take a more straight up fight. As that Disruptor from the edge, reinforcing goes down immediately. MaxPax obviously can continue to just send 1, even 2 Disruptors at a time. He has 8, so he can send 2 Disruptors at a time and always have Disruptor shots available. As the Immortal here is going to go down. The Libera is definitely going to help to start taking these positions, especially in these choke points. This map I think we've seen as being fairly choky as the Colossus show up from the bottom side, and I think Clem's caught a little bit off guard by that. The Colossus coming back into play. You guys remember those Vikings he sent home? He never brought them back into the main force, so all of these Vikings not involved. The Colossus go huge on this fight. Clem finally shows up, and yeah, look how easy it would have been to get rid of them. But the Vikings were back at home. Clem sent them back. He never brought them back over. And unfortunately, that is going to be the... I wonder if he... Is there a world he assumed the Colossus had been killed by MaxPax to free up supply for other units? I don't think so. I think he just forgot to bring his Vikings back into the army, to be honest. Like, he forgot to think about the fact that Colossus still do exist. MaxPax with a great flank in, going to take a supply lead now. And the Stalkers will continue to ping it back and forth. Disruptor shots trying to reach. We snipe a Zealot, which doesn't even get a kill, but hey, damage is damage, and at this point we're fighting for every little bit of damage that we may be able to get here. He had a Neosteel plating upgrade on, 4 more DTs, Void Rays, and Immortals. We'll start diving through. A couple Disruptor shots are going to land short of the mark. Oh, that one isn't, though. Dead center. Ghost and a bunch of Marauders taking a chunk of damage, and Clem losing a lot of the mobility and positioning he'd been able to set up on the map so far. As MaxPax sets up now, and we do have the Zealot DT run by here. DT's going to blink on top of Ghosts and Marauders. Oh my goodness, everything's going well for MaxPax. My concern for MaxPax is that his army's not that good, right? Like, it is Stalker, Disruptor. It's very focused on harassing units and basically map control, so it's very difficult to attack in. It's very difficult to attack into the Terran player. But this works because he actually gets into position. Now you can zone Clem out from coming in defensively. It's all about, again, because now the Terran's kind of attacking into you because you took this position. Now he comes into you with the main army. That's what this army's great at. It's great at dealing with the Terran coming in towards you. It's not great at dealing with you going into the Terran player. So that's my concern for MaxPax, but so far he's making moves that make sense given the army that he's working with. Clem loses 17 more SCVs down to 43 workers. His army supply good, but he's going to eat some more Disruptor shots. Even just a couple of clips adds up over time. And as we try and come down to the bottom side here, we get rid of one Disruptor. The few Zealots are going to try and charge up as well. Mothership is in production from MaxPax, looking to add to this army in the late stages. Prism just sat between bases right now, is warping in DTs. Definitely a problem for Clem. Doesn't want to have to go deal with that. He is going to come in for an attempted surround here. Gets rid of the first two disruptors. They will not land. A lot of disruptors going down. Bad fight for MaxPax. Now disruptors finally getting to go. But you can't get jumped on by the Terran, and this is exactly why. Disruptors just keep dropping. Clem will take one more shot, but the Immortal goes down too, and suddenly MaxPax has no gas to rebuild. So all he can rebuild with is going to be Zealots. DTs in the top left are going to find the Planetary Fortress. Too much going on for Clem to deal with that right now, but he is going to get bases in return because he wins the fight out in the center. You can't get caught off guard. You've got to keep the disruptor shots going to the Terran army. You can't let him get the jump on you. It's so difficult to recover a fight when the Terran army is on top of your forces. Major mistake from MaxPax there. And that, again, that's the risk of playing this army. You know, that's the risk of not having more solidified units, such as Colossus in your army, and relying so much so on the disruptors. Getting jumped on is just going to be so punishing. Now, he does block this base off, but obviously Clem kills off a base and 20 workers. All these probes are off on a journey. They are going to wander across. They've heard the southwest of Selaginella is quite nice this time of year. Better than pretty much everywhere else where the Terran army is, but unfortunately they're kind of being hunted. We'll see if they can make a home for themselves. DTs are going to come wafting through the middle of the map as they come straight across. Army turns up from Clem in the center. Stalker, Zealot, Colossus on the top side. Going to aim for this Planetary Fortress. Planetary taking a lot of hits right here. Mothership showing up as well. Stalkers keep on fighting. Zealots taking damage too. The rest of this Bio Army going to try and get back up there to chase as MaxPax gets rid of one more base. Clem on low resources. MaxPax mostly on minerals in the bank. A Time Warp goes down to solidify the retreat. It's actually a really nice part of the Mothership. It actually, you know, solves one of the problems you have here as a pros player, which is retreating is difficult. Liberators are going to set up across the cannons, across these batteries. Mothership on the top side. I'm not sure if there's some beautiful kind of idea to this Mothership being there, but yeah, we do see DT showing up top left again, so MaxPax keeping the pressure up in that regard, making sure that is not going to go too far. Nexus goes down. We do have ourselves DT still showing up. A few DTs here. Could be caught. Oh, we're going to recall with the Mothership. So now we're going to be able to catch this army from the other side. Liberator's out of position. But Clem is going to get something of a surround on it. Obviously, the Liberator is going to have to unsiege and relocate again as Clem keeps on surrounding the attempted Mothership recall. I was thinking, like, in my head when I said the Mothership there, I was like, recall? I was like, I don't know what the recall is going to do unless you set up, like, a flank. It seemed unrealistic. MaxPax tries it, but this is why it's unrealistic. Clem cleans it up. Clem deals with it. And Clem is going to take a Game 4 victory and move up to a 3-1 advantage in this best of 7 of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 13 semi-finals. Clem taking a fantastic game right there. GG's, and into a game number 5 we will head in just a few moments' time as Clem. Yeah, I mean, there we go. That's the kind of game we wanted at least one of in a series, right, when these two are playing. And we get it. Antimatter going to be map number 5. Let's see what this gives to us as we'll get this hosted up. I don't think you should have recalled the whole army. I think you wanted to recall maybe half the army, and then you flank on 2 sides. It was kind of cool, though, because the full army recall at least kind of got behind the Liberators. So you get behind those Liberators, and if you're behind those Liberators, at least that's like offsetting one of the powerful parts of that Terran army right from the get-go, but as we saw, it just didn't really matter. Clem still ended up collapsing in on this at the end of the day. MaxPax needs a moment. We're going to take a moment as well as we just settle ourselves down. Thank you, by the way, Mason Jar, for the 200 bits 16 minutes ago for the probe. Thank you so much. We also had Adban Nom. I think I missed your resub for 52 months as well. Welcome back, mate. I appreciate it as always. If you're watching on the YouTube right now, we have over 500 viewers, which is incredible as well. We're actually at about 2,500 viewers across both platforms. Maybe heading towards 3K today if the games keep up this sort of quality. If you're enjoying, do consider on the YouTube hitting the like button on that video, help even more people find the channel, and don't forget to subscribe if you're not usually watching on the YouTube, because yeah, we're heading towards, we're 10 YouTube subs away from 45,000, so help us hit a little bit of a mini milestone, and we appreciate it. Yeah, if you don't watch a lot, if you're new to the YouTube stream, you've just stumbled across it, we cast high quality tournaments, run high quality tournaments all of the time, so if you want to check that out, you can do just that. Like, subscribe, follow, etc. Ready GLHF say the players, so let's go into Antimatter as MaxPax took his moment, and we are going to get ready to go. just here for the post-stream 45-minute chat. There ain't no post-stream 45-minute chat today. We have a sponsorship to do, actually. At the end of the day, we have a Twitch bounty, so as soon as the StarCraft wraps up, we're going to head into that. Those Twitch bounties are based on viewership, so we are going to get straight into it once the final wraps up. But that isn't just yet. As Inverge, thank you so much for your Prime sub on the Twitch channel. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for using your Prime. In the bottom right, it is going to be our Blue Terran player from Team Liquid, Clem. As we go to the top left, MaxPax, our Red Protoss. This is another map with the in-base expand, but it's got these minerals, and it's actually kind of a very harassable in-base expansion. Clem has been preferring to take this base here than the in-base. Interesting, isn't it? But I actually think the logic is he'd rather defend this position and this position. Like, he'd rather defend across here much more than he'd rather defend across here. It doesn't look that different here, but I feel like that's been his logic. We'll see where he does drop the expansion down. I would imagine MaxPax goes on the in-base expansion, though. That would be a surprise. Inverge says, a YouTube watcher but decided to use my Prime sub. You're doing a wonderful job supporting the SCT scene. Hell yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome. Incredible. Thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the effort to hop on over to Twitch and use the Prime. We'll put it to good use. Again, we're constantly trying to run tournaments and put money towards prize pools, so genuinely appreciate it. Thank you so much for hopping over and using your Prime. Thank you. Probe gonna do some nibbling, and SCV gonna take some damage, and obviously another SCV has to come across as we do play the swapsies, and this barracks will get finished. What does MaxPax want to go into over these next few moments? Is, yo, Andy, thank you so much for the 500 bits as well. Good to see you as always. Appreciate the bits, and thank you for supporting the stream today. Thank you, thank you. Probe goes down. Next in the Cybercore continue through. Command center building up. So yeah, Clem actually does go for the in-base, so maybe just adjusting a little bit compared to the other day when he was playing this map. So yeah, we take a few moments. Again, Warp Gate coming through, the CC and the factory coming about as well. And we have the Reaper from Clem. He wasn't Reaper scouting a lot in this series early. He's definitely changed that up. I think MaxPax started to show that he was willing to do things that might punish a lack of a Reaper scout. And so Clem just wants to make a little bit more sure as we continue to move on through. As the Adept will shade, the Reaper hops toward the high ground into the main base right here. And that Adept is going to turn back around to try and chase the Reaper back the other direction as well. The red on this map gives a mental disadvantage to blue. I always said this. It's funny as well, because I think the minimap colors are just bugged a little bit as well. They're not meant to be those colors. I always said this as well, though. It's like certain maps, like, it is actually better to be one color over the other. But you can also, a lot of players play with the, different color schemes on as well. Although I guess that usually makes them green and then the other side yellow, like the other side red still. Yeah, so you can see MaxPax is like, he's green against blue, but Clem is like green against... Yeah, that's interesting on the minimap. I think you can still change it further, though. Yo, Zergburger, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Marshmallow, Homuous Love, Melissa 9005, Sakura, and Send Imperia. Thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Early in this game 5. Cheering on MaxPax to potentially give us a game 6. Thank you, Zergburger, for the 5 gifted subbies. Thank you so much. Adept comes across, so we will see the probe going to go and place the pylon up to the top and prepare that for the third base location. I mean, it's funny because we just saw an in-base expand. It was a very passive game. I think this in-base expand is more harassable, but we might see a very passive game again where both players just say, cool, I can't really attack into your 3-base setup. That accelerates us towards the 4 bases and attack. Let me get this underway. The custom skins shown on this observer? No, pretty much any official match is hosted with a game hard or similar mod, and all of those mods have skins, skin view. Players can't see skins on those mods. It just defaults to the regular skin. Oh, Medevac goes down. Tried to find the mineral line. Because it came in from here and got caught early, had such a distance to go, doesn't get a single Widow Mine dropped off. Prism coming across the side then. So MaxPax gets rid of the Widowmine drop. That means you can send full force across to the other side now. Has 3 gateways. We'll start warping those Stalkers, and we get ready to pressure this position of Clem. Well, he has no low ground over here, so we'll see what his defense looks like. One tank really prioritizing the main base initially. Barracks are very deep with their tech labs, although I guess if you blink in here, you get to those tech labs quickly, as it's going to be the immediate split. So a bunch of Stalkers into the natural. The tank just going to protect the main base. It's difficult to jump on top of that tank. You're going to take multiple shots going in. You don't quite know what's there. So unless you make a very good guess that there's just going to be enough for you to jump on, and I think he's going to make the guess right here. He's going to go for it, but the second tank got sieged up. If you made that move a little bit sooner, it's probably okay, but now you lose 2 Stalkers, and not quite the Adept. I think he didn't want to make the play because he wanted the Adept to take the first shot, otherwise it could have gone worse. So obviously in waiting, the second siege tank got there. And so far, only 3 SCVs going down for Clem, who's playing a fantastic defense thus far against MaxPax in this game number 5. Rebel Bay Forge and the extra gates come up. We get the charge upgrade coming through as well. Still seeing MaxPax coming across to the front here as the Bio Army gathers up. The Observer from MaxPax will sit overhead. 2 more Stalkers warping in. We get the Immortal added on. Add a charge upgrade into this as well. Prism will load up those few Stalkers and we'll drop into this natural where we have a few Marines. It's going to start trading with those Stalkers as well. They're going to be forced to lift up and pull back a little further. Yeah, Clem good defense. I don't think is necessarily in position to run across the map just yet. Stim will finish, but at the very least probably wants combat shield, medivacs to pop. Maybe in the next minute or so we could see a move out. We'll see how that goes. Stalkers going to come around the bottom side. And we are going to see those just setting up. The couple of medivacs are loaded. The Raven as well coming through. Have ourselves the few Stalkers going to get repositioned once more. And Thermal Lance +1. Both setting up already. A few Stalkers coming through. And our army will get underway. We'll start fighting. A couple of Marines taking damage. Widowmine's coming up as well. Whoa. A legendary Duttles resub for 95 months. How you doing, mate? Appreciate you. Hope it's a beautiful weekend for you. +1 an extended Thermal Land, still very much so on the way in. Our Stalker's going to come back through the center again. And this probe just continues to patrol a little bit. The 2 medivacs of Clem will make their way back up this left-hand side. Shows up, it's going to grab this pylon, take that out. MaxPax is going to be supply blocked actually from the pylon loss. Nope, that pylon on the way, although the Nexus will finish to give him some supplies, so it's not that bad of a supply block. Just lost a little bit more supply as well, not sure where that was at. Over here. Did he just lose a prism? Might have done, yeah. When Clem starts to load up the drops again, it's going to go pretty heavy on this left side. That's going to be 4 medivacs. MaxPax has no vision up this left side either, so really reliant on just the fact he's got 3 Stalkers and a cannon, but 4 medivacs, the units won't care about that. I'm pushing the center as well. MaxPax is in a dangerous spot. These 3 Colossus have a lot of work to do, protecting from this army. Like I say, there's going to be a big drop at the left-hand side. Clem is going to go in. Yeah, he does the right thing as well. He doesn't hesitate, he just sends it. And that's amazing, because now these Colossus, they can't walk up this ledge, right? So they're going to have to recall in. Clem, what do we want to do? Do you want to stand and try and snipe a Colossus? Yep, he does. He gets the Colossus. Now he's going to try and make the getaway. 2 medivacs get out. So for 2 medivacs, we got a Colossus, a bunch of units, a bunch of probes, and we force the recall onto cooldown. And Clem's going to have the positional advantage. You are so far out of position right now, MaxPax. Clem's going to siege up the position between your 3rd and 4th. Can you get across here and justify this? The siege tanks are going to get rid of another Colossus already. The Zealot's getting jumped on. Stalker's trying to come through as the Zealot's still stepping up. Colossus is going to be right there. A few more Zealots warp in. And Clem still poised with 2 medivacs on the left-hand side, so great set of trades here from Clem. Puts himself into a fantastic spot so far. couple more Vikings coming about from Clem. We got the starport, engineering bay, the armory, all being brought into play as well. The two medevacs go around the upper right-hand side. Just going to be seeing the two medevacs on the left-hand side setting up as well. Bio unloads, just going to be going after a couple of probes. Yeah, nice lift up and getaway. We lost a lot of Stalkers already here as MaxPax 2. He's only got 9 left. He's lost 9 in total. He actually lost a second Prism as well, so he's just in trouble across the board, I think. 2 Zealots on the bottom side hanging about. Just going to be seeing the Viking Bio gathering up. There's a probe right here you can get rid of immediately, so just take that out. The Viking's still very much so overhead. Just gather. Again, Bio on the right side. The Zealot going to move across too. It's going to step on over for a little bit. And we have ourselves the... the game really slowing down after a flurry of attacks from Clem. MaxPax is on his way to Storm. He actually got this Temple Archives a while ago, just before the drop came in, I believe. It's just he's been so caught up since then that it's been, you know, a little while until he's got Storm started. But we're able to get this going now. Stalker Colossus around that right side, a little bit of Bio on the bottom still. More units gathering up into the center. Just going to start grabbing a few Stalkers. One Stalker goes down. The Medivacs looking to boost up the left side. On the far right, the Prism's going to come down as well, as we see another few Stalkers moving across. Bio will unload over in this corner. The recall is going to come straight through as well. There's the Zealots, there's the Colossus, there's the Archon. Coming back together. The Medivacs get into the upper left. And we're just going to be seeing this Bio Force in the center as well. Going to try and fight against a few of those Zealots. So Zealots taking even more damage. And it's a good shutdown, stopping the Zealots from reaching a mineral line. Clem definitely has been controlling this game, but as both sides are maxed out, things can absolutely flip very easily. I mean, PvP fights are volatile, storms are huge, EMPs are huge. This really can go any which way from this position. It's been great for Clem so far, but MaxPax getting maxed out is one of the challenges he's now already overcome. Is there's a first grade storm. Clem just going to commit forwards. I don't love the heavy commitment. I feel like that's going to provide danger. Gets MaxPax running, we get rid of a Colossus from it. Drop goes into the back of the natural during this. We will see a couple Stalkers dying, some probes before the Zealots warp in. It's a slow warp in. Hello? Oh no, these Zealots were fast. These Zealots are slow? In what world should that be a slow warp in? I do not know. I actually have no idea. It's off the same pylon, no? And that's next to a Nexus? Am I crazy? That didn't look right. I don't know what I'm missing. SCV's down on the other side. These couple of Zealots are going to get jumped on as Clem has actually found a way up the right-hand side. MaxPax, I don't think he saw it, otherwise he probably would have moved over here. Snipe on the High Templar didn't have energy for Storm just yet anyway. Knock down the batteries. We're knocking down the pylon. The Nexus is going to fall. That's a cancel. Widowmine here is going to soften up a lot of the Zealots, plus some Ghost EMPs available too. And so a lot of the shields are just gone on this army. Clem takes out a good chunk of stuff right there on top of the Nexus kill. And obviously, MaxPax, he's been doing worker damage, but Clem is still within 8 workers, so his economy is still very much so okay. And he's going to open up the space here to take the gold base. So he's going to decide to expand toward the Protoss, and he's going to go and utilize this space between bases that uses the inhibitor zone. I think Clem's had enough map control that he's not going to get punished too heavily for it. There's been a big discussion on Antimatter about whether this gold base is takeable or not. The kind of going through a slow zone to get between your bases is painful. It's definitely interesting because if Clem wants to retreat, he also has to retreat through a slow zone, which is not a great idea. And I think so much of this is just Clem is confident in his ability to hold position on the map. On the left-hand side, we're going to start fighting. The Zealots start to charge up. The Bio will begin to trade out a lot of those Zealots. Plus, the Storm are going to be absolutely good to clean this up. But Clem is pushing forwards as well. He does have some Liberators in play. And these choke points up this right side, I mean, a couple of Libs cover this area. And then it's going to be very difficult to do much else about that. Marine, Marauder, Ghost, a Liberator continue through. The Advanced Ballistics coming online. The Probe pulls across to the side, and we do have ourselves another scan coming about as Clem tries to figure out what and how we're attacking on in here. Immortal just caught as the Liberator gets grabbed. This Lib gonna go up here and find some probes. Maxed out armies. 2 maxed out games in a row between these two, turning into some fun stuff in this best of 7 as the Bio going to grab one of the High Templar. Clem having to retreat back around his left side. And we are going to storm on the Lightning Bolts. There's a couple of units from the upper left actually doing a lot of work. Clem, can you get those Vikings to turn on the Colossus? It's dangerous. They're low HP. I think Clem would really love getting a bit of repel on those Vikings. The Lib, wow, look at that. MaxPax sees the Liberator before losing the probe there. That's impressive. That's a very fast pull away. Considering there's so much else going on. What an EMP though! All the High Templar are clumped up and the Ghost cloaked up. Finds the EMP dead center on everything suddenly. MaxPax is going to turn and run, but then he's getting chased and he doesn't love being chased. The Archons do very well against the Liberators, so they will not last forever, but the last Colossus goes down. Now there's no splash damage. 2 Archons in the back are too far away to get involved. Clem's supply plummeted as well, and so both players will disengage from this in the end. Clem's still mining off of this gold base on the right-hand side currently, and MaxPax just backing away from that too. What an EMP, and that is just no detection on the army. Did not see the Ghost so close to him, and didn't feel the need to pre-split the High Templars. It's the same story right now. Another Cloak Ghost, the lack of detection. MaxPax, we've got to get some detection going, because Clem is punishing you for not having it. I mean, that storm was good, and Clem's going to have to step away. He may have to just set up the Liberators defensively here, as 2 Medivacs just went down. I have no idea what killed these. That almost feels like he friendly fired them. Not 100% sure what just happened on that one as we come back across. Libs are going to siege up again. This Archon should not last long, but the Stalker's actually going to blink into the Liberators, so maybe the Archon lasts longer than I expect. Now it goes down. We have one Storm that finds a few Marines as MaxPax looking to punch on through. Zealots are charging forwards. The Liberators are out of here. We don't have much left, but we don't want to chase into the choke point, but by moving away, we just gifted Immortal. Now we're going to lose a High Templar as well. No, we did not get the final shot. It's not good enough. But it's another Templar from the left-hand side that will try and find the opening. Another Immortal shows up to replace the one that fell, and MaxPax is still pushing forwards against a very low number of units, but the Planetary Fortress adds so much defense to this also. It's a great storm on top of more herd bio units that brings them lower on HP. The Medivacs are drained of energy as well. So tough for them to get involved right now with the Orbital Command burning and falling, and MaxPax still applying pressure in this direction, but with the Planetary and with another Lib showing up, Clem should be able to hold onto this position, and we should be okay to survive and to see this game continue through on Antimatter in this Game 5 of the series. MaxPax reposition to the left-hand side, taking his own gold base now, only just starting to get that up. Clem's been mining his own gold base for a sizable amount of time here. Resources lost, we'll say, a 3k difference in the game at the moment. It's actually funny, Clem has not gone 3-3. Which is definitely something he'd want to move towards. MaxPax is moving into +2 armor upgrades now. Clem's just been a bit busy. He's got the gas for it as well. Minerals come in frequently enough. He should be able to start those upgrades. It's potential sometimes you obviously prioritize a lot of the tech units instead of upgrades as well as a Terran, because those tech units are so important in the matchup. But there's no way with the amount of times Clem's been maxed out that 3-3 is not meant to be here right now. So that's definitely having an impact. His units could be doing so much better in so many of these fights. Storm's coming down, Bio taking damage, a High Templar in the center falling as well. We have an Observer or 2 here now as well, so we fixed one of the problems that we had previously. Those Ghosts not going to be able to come in as much of a surprise. Zealots flanking from the top. The High Templar's waiting for the Storm, gets a good chunk of units there. Another Storm available. This base is going to start taking damage. Can the High Templar find a Storm? No, it's going to get sniped on down. Good snipe from Clem. The High Templar not fast enough to get away. The Liberator is sieging, the Zealots are melting. And once again, Clem takes a step forward. MaxPax trying to dance outside of Liberation zones, but he's not able to do enough. The Zealots, again, just kind of getting gifted. They're going down so quickly. There go the Observers, going to give the Ghost chance to play cloak games once again, as again, retreating away is never fun for a Protoss. The Immortals decide to turn and fight. Another Liberator sieging up on top of this army. All of the Immortals are going down. The Stalkers are tanking, which is not what you really want. The Archon is in the backfield, cannot get in range to attack, and Clem's army supply is absolutely winning out. This army from MaxPax is not good enough. He's missing the proper splash damage. A couple of Storms were nice, but he needs more. He needs something else, and it's not here right now, as Clem now has a 50 army supply lead, pushing through. The last Immortal falling. There's one High Templar, the lifeline of MaxPax, because without splash damage, he does not win these fights. 2 new Colossus in production. He realizes the problem. We step forward here. The High Templar gets saved, but once again, we lost those Observers, and that means that the Ghost will live for a few more moments. Gets blinked on his own cloaks. But yeah, again, it's a danger, and it's something you've got to respect right now as MaxPax. Stalker step up. The Bio army loses another Ghost. Good target firing from MaxPax here, who's clawing his way back to being maxed out. The question is, this maxed out army, is it any better than what he had before? No, it's so Stalker and Zealot heavy. The Colossus are nice, but at least before, like, you're basically replacing Immortals with Stalkers. I like the previous army just with some extra splash. Now we're going to have worse units to accompany the splash that we are getting. The Liberator count is absolutely disgusting at this point, but it does go through stormy weather. Turbulence for the Liberators. They take a lot of hits. We're going to turn around that one Colossus fresh and new. We're going to chase it as Clem. MaxPax does not have space in the Prism to save it, so that is not going to come on out. And the army coming back over the left-hand side. We are going to have a Colossus firing a few more hits off. Shots coming through. Fire going to stim up over here. One EMP only hits a single Zealot. We're going to load up. The slow zones are interesting, right? As they kind of work both ways. It also provides defense up this left side into this base. Stalker Blink was beautiful. Got the medevac. A couple of ghosts are cloaking to stay safe. Probes are going down somewhere. I don't know where. This game has gotten to the point of chaos that's very difficult to keep up with it all. Liberator siege up. High Templar goes down. The Immortal going to get hit by that Liberator as well. Observer falls too. Another couple of Zealots get warped in. The cannons are building. The MP onto the Prism. It's an easier target. The High Templar drops the Storm that it has. It's the Liberators. Liberators are just going to be the issue here. We warp in big into the in-base, which is where the medevac is. That should just be a lift up and get out of there scenario, I think, from Clem, if he realizes it. But he is busy elsewhere, remember. And looks like he's just going to end up fighting this, which, the Ghost going down is the shame. Those are obviously pretty expensive. MaxPax trying to fight on through, but again, Liberators are just so tough to deal with right now. And MaxPax doesn't have the money to replace Stalkers, so anytime a Stalker goes down, that's less defense against Liberators for the future, so that's even more of a problem. Lib Siege again, the Bio Army steps up, a Viking gonna fire, Colossus taking damage, a few more Zealots coming back the other way, Storm's coming down, the Bio doing well, EMP drops into place. MaxPax going to open these rocks to have a little bit of a different access point through the middle of the map, so that's actually kind of interesting. Clem's immediately here to say, okay, cool, we're fighting through this area now. But I tell you what MaxPax does have, it's a much better army than he had before. Now with multiple High Templars, multiple Colossus, we're at a level of splash where I'm kind of happy, even if the Immortal count isn't quite there, even if this is just gateway units to accompany it. So that makes me feel a lot better about that. There's a couple more Colossus shots coming out, Bio still gathering, another nice snipe. Any High Templar we get rid of as an expensive replacement from MaxPax. As gas is a problem, and MaxPax is the one who's struggling to keep bases online. Clem has bases across the bottom left, across the far right. This is a fresh base that is under attack right now. It's the first time we've really seen MaxPax providing issues to one of Clem's bases in a long time. So it's a little bit overdue, basically. And so Clem, you can see his money's banking up, whereas MaxPax is, drawing on reserves just to be able to max out still. And that's going to be an impactful one as well. It means that MaxPax in a fight has to really win convincingly. Otherwise, Clem's reinforcements are just going to be too much, and the win is not going to matter all that much at all. So, again, difference right there. As we are going to step through. Storm coming down. Liberator sieging again once more. Those Liberators, just every now and then we wander into range of those. This Storm's not good enough. Clem's realizing the weakness of MaxPax's army. He doesn't think this is good enough, and he is correct. MaxPax has to say GG, and Clem will take himself to the grand finals of the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament, a grand final he has never been a part of. MaxPax had been in the finals once before, but Clem has never been in the finals of a TLMC tournament, so there we go. Clem will take the victory, and he will move on to play Cure in that grand final, best of 7 in the TLMC tournament. Wow. Great last couple of games. Fantastic stuff, back and forth. Both played fantastically. I think MaxPax just had a couple moments where he really... the difference is sometimes so slight, and I think there's a few fights here where MaxPax just... the EMP was spot on, right? He was caught off guard by the lack of an observer. He was a little out of position. And throughout the couple longer games especially, it was just those little things that tilted a bit more towards Clem. I think in this game, Clem was doing such a good job of controlling the game anyway, but MaxPax stabilized through that. It's just the little things that make the difference between these guys. Alright. My friends, how are we doing? We are going into our grand finals. Clem versus Cure. We're going to give them a few minutes to get the maps sorted out and to look at the maps as well. I want them to know what they're about to be playing on and so on. So we're going to get that ready. Let me just do my own updates here so I can make the map cool for them initially. Perfect. Alright, so I'm going to get that set up, guys. We're going to take probably a little bit of a longer break here. I want to give players time to look at the maps a little bit and so on, so they know what they're going to play on and veto. And obviously Clem just came out of a pretty hefty best of 7. So we'll take a few minutes. I'm going to throw the break screen for the first time today. I'll see you guys very soon for Clem Cure Grand Finals in the TLMC tournament. Alright guys, grand finals are set up between Clem and Cure as we get ready for game number 1 of this best 7. Appreciate you all dropping in, appreciate you all tuning in. Let's go into Clem vs Cure. We're starting up on Sandworm for map number 1 of this final. We will also be seeing guaranteed Steam City, Torches, and Tokamak as the first 4 maps. Talk about the rest as we get there a bit later on. Let's go, go, go. As we have in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player representing Team Liquid is actually an all-Team Liquid showdown in the Team Liquid map contest. Tournament finals, it's it's Cure in the bottom left, while in the top right, our red Protoss is Clem. Let me set up a prediction for you guys. And yeah, this is a best of 7 as well, just so you're aware. Away we go. Excited to see what these two are going to bring us here. As obviously we just saw Clem with some awesome TVP. Let's see what his PVT looks like. Has a pretty good record against Cure in the PVT matchup, so see if Cure can stand up a little bit today in this finals. He took down Bunny 4-3 earlier on as well. Exciting, man. Very exciting. A couple of SCVs. Probe's gonna fight. Let's take a few moments early on. And it's a factory coming down from Cure early. It's just gonna get that double gas in the factory setting up here on Sandworm to open up this series. So that Reaper shows up and the Adept will come around chasing that Reaper about for a few moments. While accounts for the choice from Clem, no surprise. He prefers his Blink play, but he has actually been using quite a few Stargate builds lately, so we'll see over the course of a best of 7. I would imagine he uses Stargate at least once or twice in the series. Reaper up the right hand side. The Adept just going to poke in. SCV on the natural goes down as well. As the Reaper going to try and find the probes once more. The Adept's actually going to be allowed in here, so they're going to get the Reaper and start trading with these Hellions. They will shade back though and just delaying the CC. And one Reaper across the map is not exactly helping too much right now. Started well for Clem, ends up in him getting cleaned up as reinforcements show up, but that CC is still not building, so a major delay on the command center. Cure, does he not realize? I mean, that is a problem, but we are going to be seeing the Reaper grabbing it. He just doesn't know. No, Cure. No, it's all going right. It's going well over here. He's killing units, but bro, you need a command center. ... Ay. Finally gets back to it as he starts to transfer SCVs down, and now he realizes what was happening. Oh, sad. As the Reaper and the Hellion are going to drive through, but they're not going to get very far. There is a drop in the main base though. Marines and the Widow Mine going to come straight in. A couple of probes begin to go down. Stalkers stepping over. Going to go after a couple of those Marines. The Widow Mine is going to reburrow as well. And the Stalker's just going to chase that medevac away. 3 probes going down. Clem cleans this up, and now we'll see him going across the map with the blink to try and apply some pressure. Bunker here, and some Marines go down already. Not a bad start from Clem. A couple of SCVs, obviously Stalker's healthy. He's taking a 3rd base behind this. As we try and play defense here, we get the Widow Mine before it is able to fire, so that's important. And now the shots continuing through as we get full cleanup, but 3 more probes going down. Order turret helping with that number as Clem is in the main base. All things going after a reactor here, but he's taking tank shots and he loses 2 of his Stalkers, so it doesn't end up brilliantly for him. That factory lifts off the tech lab. So, we get ourselves the Simpact and Combat Jump +1 all coming through. Obviously, that's a big power point for Q in this game. Observer keeping an eye here, so Clem will see Q starting to step up. Does Q notice that Observer? Obviously, get rid of that. Remove some vision for later would be great. You don't always recognize it. The Raven sat between bases, and a lot of Stalkers actually kept back at home, just positioning to make sure the Raven doesn't manage to do too much here. As our Marines step forward, the Stalker's going to come through, and a couple of tanks stepping up as well. Medevac finally retreats home. It's just been hanging around there. Stalker's gathering, just going to be pulling through. You get the Observer, so that goes down. And a few tanks will just unsiege. Pulling back to the natural. Stalker's going to fire, the Medevac falls. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1. Continue to come up and online. The command center coming through. The barracks is still on the way. And that's Prism coming down to the bottom side as well. The Stalkers are going to get shot at as the Bio and the tanks gather in the center. Just going to step through for a few moments. And Clem actually going to lose a couple of Stalkers here, not watching and paying attention. And Clem loses 3 of the 5. Now the Prism is going to show up. Here does not have the units that I think maybe should have been here defensively. Should be kept back, actually moving out. So Clem is going to get some good damage done. Mass Zealot warping as well because he realizes 0 defense. I'm going to get straight on top of abusing that and just taking advantage of the scenario. Correct call. And the Zealots are going to start jumping onto some of that Bio. A couple of Widow Mines going to try and burrow up. The other Bio units coming back across. Widow Mines still firing as these Marauders getting stuck as well, just on a move command, one of them at least. Prism going to keep on warping in. Now Clem turning this in the middle of the map around as well as he jumps on the units that were trying to retreat away. And Clem just catching Q completely unawares, catching him completely out of position. And this all comes down to if Q had just kept that little group of units I mentioned in the main, none of this, I mean, it might start, you know, you might still get the warping off as Clem, but I don't think you're in as much of a caught off guard because now he feels panicked, he pulls everything back. Clem punishes that as well, gets rid of a tank, 3rd CC. Yet to land here from Cure, as obviously Clem takes a 4th base in the meanwhile in that forward position. So Clem gets that 4th base set up. A couple Vikings going to try and jump on top of the Prism. Prism goes down. A Bio will jump on the Zealot. So the Zealot will also drop. I'm just going to be seeing our Stalkers. I'm going to hit the command center out the front. The Bio going to stim over. A couple Stalkers going to have to step away. Sentry will also fall. As the CC will land down in position once again. The Raven still putting some work in. And we've seen 10 SCVs dropping down already here, +2 attack. Anderson and Thermal Lance both coming around. The Order Turret drops in. And a couple of probes are going to get picked away at. The army of Clem retreating as we speak. Marine Marauder Viking, +1 armor. Continues to come through. I was going to see a few more Zealots warping in, the Extended Thermal Lance, and the Colossus coming up as well. A few more warp-ins. Again, the army over here gets the pylon. And those Zealots are going to continue to come down the bottom. Going to end up in the third base. Bound up at the top, Clem coming down the right-hand side. This Zealot Stalker Colossus army positioning to try and get a catch on Kyo's forces. Uh-oh, awkward for Kyo, because now he's on the wrong side of the Dragon Teeth. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's going to mean he's... I mean, in a way, it works for and against him. It works against him if he has to run through. It works for him if the Zealots try and charge in. So it depends really how the fight happens and what each player decides to do here. Again, Zealots can slip through those little Dragon Teeth, but the Stalker cannot. They're a little bit too chunky. As you do see, our Zealot's going to charge forward. Just going to get rid of the Siege Tank. Marine Marauder going to go after the Zealots. We continue to chase through as multiple Zealots go down. The battery taking some shots. The other unit showing up. Anti-arm missile hits a lot of these Stalkers. We warp in another 8 Zealots here. We continue to chase on through. Clem is pressing on upwards. A lot of this bio is still going down, and the Protoss units are able to push Kura away for now. As Kura, nothing else going on is the problem. Like 5 bases setting up from Clem, and if Kura could have snuck a medevac in over here during this, that could have been cool. Forced the warp in over there. So instead, Clem's only got to focus on one place, and that makes the life of a Protoss player so much simpler. If you're only looking at one position at a time or one location on the map, life really does, like I say, kind of simplify itself in a big way. As the Bio Viking comes back over, the army of Clem repositioning in the center here is... Supply-wise, it's still very close. It's just I am worried that Clem's gotten up to so many bases so quickly in comparison to Kua, who definitely was slow to take his third. He's slow here to take his fourth. Those are definitely issues he currently faces right now. Zealot Sentry Stalker stepping through the middle of the map here. These few Zealots gonna go get a cancel. You have a DT. A few DTs starting to show up and move around. A couple Widow Mines set about. Those DTs step straight into this mineral line. SCV started full, and this is going to be an issue for Kira as well. Has one scan. DT in the main base. I mean, there's another scan. There's more scans available. It's just having to deal with this. And also, Clem's at the front. The Vikings are on their own. They're just dying, trying to kill a Colossus. And now 4 Colossus are going to go fairly uncontested here. Some units will start to break through onto them, and Clem's going to lose one. He's going to take damage on a second, but he's going to win this game as this fight is just good enough. Kira has to say GG. Clem pulls Kira apart, is what it comes down to, right? First with some of the Zealot harassments and counterattacks. Kira gets caught off guard, he's pulling back, he's out of position, he gets jumped in the center of the map. And I feel like all game from that point on, Kira is playing a little bit afraid, because this game started well for Kira. But in the end, like I say, he ends up playing afraid of the situation and afraid of kind of what we're, you know, the position that we're in almost. And just kind of consistently then keeps getting caught off guard as Clem finds other ways to take advantage. The DTs show up at the end there, right? Another way to basically shove things a little bit towards Clem's favor. As we host the lobby for Steam City, which will be map 2 of this best of 7 grand final. Waiting for Q to join us here as well. Give him a moment. He's checking the replay because he's probably like, man, I felt like this was good for me. And it really was, but he got pulled around a little bit too much here and then a little bit too much there. Why did GLA Jeff and Go being called? Let's get into game number 2. Alrighty, guys, so just take a sec as we go into Steam City. Loading screen is just on for a moment as we head into game number 2 here. In the top left with the 1-0 lead in this final. What were the predictions at, by the way? 73% predicted Clem. I think that's a fair prediction. I think Clem has shown us that he's very capable of taking on Cure. Is our blue Terran in the bottom right. Making sense. Alright, game number 2. As we go into Steam City with all of the debris out in the center. Yeah, lots of rocks that are going to dictate kind of how the map changes over time and how things are going to look. Obviously, initially it's very much so compacted to this singular lane, but a little more ups and downs and arounds as you clean those rocks out and armies can more easily access the higher grounds and lower grounds more simply. Probe steps over. Cybercore and the Nexus coming through. And take a few moments here to just settle down on, like I say, a map which has again been another of the. This map, well, it's really fun. This TLMC set of finalists is really interesting because, like I say, there's a lot of maps that are just like they've been in this tournament, they've shown us some good games. And they've just been solid, you know? I think Steam City is very much so one of those maps where it maybe doesn't stand out because it's just being good. It doesn't have anything super crazy going on, you know? So it's just been a solid contender, and it's been just fun to watch some games of. If you do enjoy the maps, guys, do not forget to vote. !TLMC in the chat will give you the link. And you should absolutely go vote on these maps in the TLMC. And vote for your favorites. Vote for which ones you think deserve to win the 20th Team Liquid map contest. Going to step up. The devs are going to be there. The Hellion going to step through as well. There's a Hellion coming about. A couple of devs move through. Again, Dark Shrine, the Robo Facility coming through, the Banshee and the Cloaking coming up as well. Again, the Prison coming about, Stalker in the way, we got a Dark Shrine in, Blink coming through, Hellion out to the right hand side. Selena's just going to get denied, it's just going to get pushed away, nothing huge there. He was Sly, thank you so much for the 11-month resub. Appreciate it. You're doing well. Thank you so much for supporting. As y'all can see, there's DT trying to get up, so the DT rush from Clem going to strike right now. As Q definitely struggled with those DTs in the last game. The Marines get a good jump on that Prism. Scans the main DT. The DT on the natural is going to break through the depot. And that's scary because we are just a few moments away from the scan, so if you could have just held the DT on the other side for a little bit longer, that would have been great. The scary part here is that you don't really want to scan, right, as Kua steps forward. He wants to scan only when he knows he's got the Prism pushed away, and that's exactly why, because then the Prism comes back in, saves the DT. A lot of Marines go down. The Banshee shows up, though, and Clem's preparation against a Banshee is not exactly the best. The problem is that as it cloaks up, Clem has no detection. Now, he's going to get an Observer on the way, but he's going to lose 6 probes, so Kira's going to get a little bit of a push back here. He's going to get some damage in return, and a second Banshee coming up the left-hand side as Kua gets 6 workers back on his favor. And I like that. And the thing is, as well, is that the Banshee play from Kua here is much less of a commitment than the DT play from Clem. So given time, I think this overall is something that you look at as like, okay, this worked out nicely for Kua because you can get, you know, the Banshee play sets Kua further back, or doesn't set Kua as far back as the DT play sets Clem back. This Banshee here gets jumped on immediately. Good defense from Clem as Kua cannot find a way into the natural. Obviously, a few more workers coming about as we have the Observer still sitting there. Banshee just chilling. Solga's going to shoot, the Banshee taking damage. +1 attack coming in, the extra probes coming online, and the Prism heads up the sides. DT's swiping, a few SCVs going down. Again, the upgrades all coming through from Kua. I mean, I like that, obviously, Clem, and with DTs in his hands, has so much potential. That one DT and that Prism did so much. The Viking finally gets rid of it, but that Prism nearly died. If that Prism died, none of this happens because that DT would have died as well. But so much more damage, and Clem, as he does with Terran, does it with Protoss as well, extends the usefulness of each and every unit to their absolute maximum. It really is an incredible thing to watch. Thanks, the Marines move about. Just going to see again, Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 continue to come through. We'll see, this is a moment here where Kua's army is kind of wanting to get across the map. You are 2 base Terran, upgrades finishing. If you don't go soon, I think you're going to be in some trouble. Stepping through, the tank's going to be right there, the Raven overhead. And defensively, it's masses of Zealots. First Colossus is on the way. How soon can Kua fight? He does have the Raven, and anti-armor missile on this clump of Zealots would be incredible, of course. Force field set up, the tanks will begin to siege. Here come the SCVs. We are going to have one Colossus soon. And the Raven, yep, anti-armor missile into the center. Clem didn't move the Zealots, so I was trying to split them there, so that is a pretty big hit. He obviously split a few into the natural, so that helps, as there is a Matrix available if that's what Kua wants to do. I think he's going to try and auto turret instead, but he actually doesn't get it off, as now the Raven not casting anything at all. Now going to try and drop some auto turrets into play in the back lines, as he is going to break on through the Zealots. The Bio's still around. Can the Colossus protect you? There's a lot of army supply in favor of Kua. The Prism goes down, which means the Colossus is exposed. A few Zealots and a Stalker or two are not going to make the difference, as now the probes pull in from Clem. The Banshee shows back up as well. I mean, Kua's committed a lot to this. He realizes what he has to do. He gets into the natural. Robot facility must die. You cannot let another Colossus spawn, and he makes sure that that will happen. Scan gets rid of an Observer. Kua is going to be good on Steam City, diving through with the SCV pull on 2 bases to tie this series 1-1 in the best-of-7 grand finals. Beautiful. Kua ties it 1-1. Like I say, good push, pulling the SCVs. Do you think that's... I talked about this the other day. I think Clem versus SCV pulls when he plays Protoss is one of his weaker moments. Simply for the fact that he plays... He doesn't play SCV pulls himself as much, so he is... he mixes it in now and then, but it's one of the lesser styles he plays, so because of that, I feel like it kind of swings a bit more, and like he's a little bit unsure to defend it as much, I guess. Compared to playing against, playing the Blink style, and so, so much of a good understanding I mean, obviously as well, the SCV pulls and timing attacks are always going to be that little bit tougher to defend against in general. 1-1 tied up. Game 3 here is going to be on Tokamak, and then we're going to have torches, and because we're guaranteed a Game 5, we are also going to be seeing the grid, which I'm excited because we've not seen that one today. Actually liking how this is working out. We're seeing a lot of maps which we've just not seen already today right now. So, yeah, a lot of maps getting some love on the final day here of the Team Liquid map contest tournament. Clem was set as Terran for a moment, and everyone was like, Clem? Are you playing TVT? No, it was just a mistake. Yay. For a moment I was like, oh, maybe he's like maybe he just wants to go TVT mode now. Maybe this is it. This is the mod. It wasn't. It wasn't the moment. Alright, Tokamak is a very interesting map. I've not really seen one of the key features of it really be used in this tournament, but it's one of those features which is unlikely to be seen when you only see it 5 or 6 times. But if you see it on the ladder, I think it'd be pretty neat. To talk about that in a second as we do our intros. In the bottom left of this Team Liquid Grand Final, it is going to be Cure, the blue Terran, taking on teammate Protoss in the top right, Clem. Yeah, so the interesting idea here is that these are rock towers that collapse, and when they collapse, they kill the blue minerals. So this base here is like a full mineral base with half gold minerals, but it's obviously super exposed, but you can knock down these rocks to give you some extra defense behind the mineral line, but you lose access to the blue portion of the minerals. Very interesting. It's actually kind of cool that so many significant number of resources on the map can be just deleted by the rocks. That's what these little triangles signify. They signify, hey, look, you can, these 3 mineral patches will die, this mineral patch will die. It's interesting. A little bit of a unique mechanic. SCV scouting, probe scouting, both players looking to get across the map, but Clem is looking for the engineering bay, Kira is looking for the engineering bay block as well, to try to force Clem out of position with the initial nexus, and maybe something that Kira will try and take advantage of, perhaps. Obviously, Clem just scouting in. We'll see what is up here as the SCV pulls in just as last time as well, and get that ready to go. It's going to be seen on Nexus, and our Cybercore continues to come on through. Have ourselves the SCVs gathering, the probe pulling back. Factory is going to be coming up as well. We get the factory finished shortly, and we get Nexus building on the 3rd base. Gonna drop a battery down. So yeah, I'm just gonna take this position. There's nothing too crazy about that. It's a very typical response if you don't see the engineering bay coming up in time and you can't pull the SCVs or pull the probes to deny it. Helene's the Marine. Just gonna be able to get rid of that adept, so that adept will go down. Adept steps up. Again, there's the Phoenix as the Adept continue to come about right now. Cleans 4 of them from Cure and try and come up. So just trying to take advantage of the fact that obviously Clem is going to be a little bit drawn across. And yeah, these probes are exposed. There's a Phoenix that's going to show up and lift up one of these Hellions to take away a little bit of the potential. Clem playing run around on the probes, and we are going to see them stacking up. No, we hit the adept right there. I mean, this is 100% a just fully focused probe situation. We are going to get 7 in the end. That just could have maybe been 8 or 9 if he didn't send that one volley off on the adept. But good damage done early from Cure as the Phoenix. Obviously, again, like I said, at some point I thought we'd see Phoenix from Clem in this series, and this is going to be it right now. Yes, guys, this is a best of 7. This is all best of 7s today. I know usually you step up the best of in the finals, but I figured a best of 7 into a best of 7 was already enough for the players. And it's enough for us as well in terms of testing the maps, so... The Marines will just push on out. A couple of adepts got chased away already. Oh, need to be careful with those Phoenix. There's obviously it's a lot of anti-air, and with too much anti-air, those Phoenix aren't going to be able to do too much at all. Cyclone locks on. Phoenix gets chased up the left-hand side. We had a charge upgrade into this. The stim pack coming through. Combat shield starting as well as a few more Marines. Best of 15, alright. We used to do 15 maps, all maps played for the Grand Finals, but then the Grand Final also took place on a separate day for the TLMC. We used to play all the maps other than one for the first few TLMC tournaments that we did. It was fun. Yeah, there was obviously like a difference in first and second place prize, but then each map in the final was just worth money as well. Yeah, it was fun. Different era of StarCraft 2. Never forget Innovation going like 12-3 or something against Sue. That was not Sue's day at all. Marines of the Cyclone just going to get there. The Phoenix get turned around once again. I still got all those upgrades, stim pack, combat shield, and +1 coming up currently. Cyclone locks on. Phoenix going to get chased over to the sides for a few moments. Excuse me again. Once again, stim pack, combat shield, and +1 all coming through. Missile turret coming up as well. And we get those upgrades finishing very shortly from Cure. And what does he want to do as those upgrades complete? He's going to chase away a Phoenix here and gets a kill. Always great. Clem's arming is just Phoenix and units right now. I mean, he went into the charge as a follow-up, so no Colossus, no splash damage. I mean, to me, this is absolutely the time where Kyo wants to attack and at the very least try to get something done. Clem has 4 more gates coming online. He desperately needs as many Zealots as possible to deal with this sort of an attack. And so every single gateway finishing is going to be huge for him. There's a couple more just finished up already, so he's now on 6. Kira coming around from the right-hand side. The Phoenix are going to be right there. We're going to turn those away. The Marine stim is a little late. But you force the Phoenix away to the left. Now you see those Zealots. I think you can fight this. You've got enough Marines. Like I say, it's reinforcing Zealots that would really make the difference right now as Kua respects it a little bit. Sits outside the front. Those Phoenix going to try and come through again. Still got the Cyclones. They're a little bit of range doing a lot for you right now. Those lock-ons just chipping away at that Phoenix HP bar little by little. Yeah, I think he respected this way too much. I think he thought there was going to be like 6 or 8 Zealots coming from the left side as well, but there was 2. I think he absolutely could afford this. Now the Zealot count's a bit better. First High Templar's coming in. He gets some reinforcements here as well. Secure. We'll have a few more units. He's already stimmed here though with everything. Yeah, those Archons make a big difference. And the Sentry gets an energy overcharge, so Guardian Shield / Force Field's available to help the Zealots get a better fight. I do think Clem was in a position where he just wasn't quite ready for this fight at first, but now I think the time has passed. He's got it. However, some Widow Mines here as well. Oh, the Widow Mines are really good for Cure. So he may just make us look a little bit silly because he shreds the first round as Zealots. We push on through. First Archon is in some trouble already. Low on shield. It's super low. It's going to go down. The Zealots are not making the difference. The Archon falls. The probes will pull. But Clem's army supply is not looking to be good enough as the Phoenix continue to push on in as well. But they're not going to be able to make the difference either, right? A few more Zealot Warpins. But the thing is, when you're relying on Zealot Warpins a few at a time, it's usually never going to be enough. And Cure, with the 3rd CC behind this, he's going to be taking out the natural of Clem. And Cure is going to be getting up to a 2-1 lead in this best of 7 finals. Phoenix lifting up a Cyclone. The probes keep pulling through. The Zealots are going to get busted on down. And Cure will look to take the lead. in his third ever TLMC tournament finals and his potentially second ever victory in one if he can get 2 more maps. Secure takes the 2-1 advantage here. We are in the lead, and he is going to be going to Torches with that advantage, seeing if Clem can tie it up or not. Torches wild map as well with the spawning locations and how this one works out, so this should be pretty interesting as Kira, obviously first lead of the series for him, has now won 2 maps in a row. And just these aggressive attacks hitting at good times. Like I said, I thought he respected Clem a little bit too much at first, and I think he did. But maybe rightfully so, because he also knew, like, he was like, well, actually, I still have a lot of stuff coming over that's going to help me. The Widow Mines weren't there originally, for example, right? And in the end, the fight happened in such a way that everything that he waited for made it look like it was a great decision. So, hard to really disagree. I really feel like at first he just had enough to go run into those zealots, but again, that's also a case of, like, maybe 8 times out of 10, running into those zealots is a terrible idea, because then the flank comes in, and you're like, oh, what was I doing? I didn't have everything here, right? So, yeah, easy for us to say as the obs, much more difficult to make the call as the player. Go, GLHF. And we count into game number 4 of this best of 7. Exciting. If Clem ties this up as well, I mean, obviously, you kind of want Clem to tie it up because I would like to see as many maps as possible. I'd love to see 7 maps in this final. That'd be really sick. That would be really, really sick as we jump on into Torches. Like I said, this map's super interesting as well. A little bit on the wilder side of life. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be up in the series 2-1. 2 wins in a row. Will momentum stay behind him? This is Cure. On the top right-hand side, our red Protoss player, also from Team Liquid, of course, is Clem. Guys, just want to take a couple of moments to, again, remind you all that you can support the channel today. Appreciate you all tuning in. And if you're enjoying, do consider liking and subscribing on the YouTube, following on Twitch. One thing I definitely want to draw attention to, again, we just had a new $5 addition on the Patreon page. It was actually about an hour and a half ago, I just saw the email. But the Patreon page is where we really try and crowdfund tournaments through. So if you guys want to check out patreon.com/WardiTV, 100% of your pledges on Patreon go directly to tournament prize pools. Obviously, this tournament is sponsored by Monster. Thank you so much, Monster. If you like the other WardiTV tournaments and you want to see more and more of them, do consider checking out the Patreon page. Like I say, it's allowing us to run more StarCraft 2, and that's always our goal, to give you guys as much StarCraft 2 as possible. We want to give you guys more and more tournaments to watch, give the players stuff to play in. And if you like that idea, like I said, check out patreon.com/WardiTV. Thanks for listening to the sellout. As the engineering bay block this time from Cure gets scouted as Clem rolls a second probe to the low ground. So looks to see what's up early. This probe moves up over here as well, and is just going to go for a little bit of a scout through. Moving around again, the Nexus coming online, the factory and the reactor coming up as well, so we get all of this underway. Factory building, just going to be seeing the probe pulling back up toward the top. Purchase Monster because they support this tournament? Hell yeah, that's what we love to hear. Beautiful. Probe comes all the way through as we get settled down for a couple of moments. Adept coming about, the Cybercore getting the warp gate on the go as well. The Marines coming about also for the moment. And we just have a few peaceful moments early. Like I say, very fun map because you're playing like up the right hand side a lot. There's rocks that expire at some certain stage. This is definitely one that's very hard to kind of conceptualize without just seeing games play on it. Hoping for a longer game here to get an idea of what's up and happening. Hellion moving about again. That Twilight Council is about to complete. And Gateway is coming through. Add some probes onto that as well. The Marines are going to be right there. They step forward onto these Adepts. And the first Adept already taking some pretty hefty damage. The Hellion going to try and dive through into the main base. Does Zerg Rocks die over time? Yes, they do. If basically from the start of the game, they should die at about 7.5 minutes or so, I believe. Unless Creep touches them. If Creep touches them, the rocks actually stop dying. Obviously, that's completely irrelevant in modern-day StarCraft because Zergs don't exist. But just in case Protoss find a way to engineer Zerg creep into their favor, they could stop the rocks dying. It's not super cool because you can also mine out the gold minerals here and get to this base. There's this base that's kind of in the center of the map also. As we do see the medevac loading up. So it's going to be the drop up the right-hand side, obviously. The Clem main base going to be exposed up this right side in general, so we'll see what happens as we head on through. And a couple of Adepts from Clem poking about. As we do see Marines already here to greet this, and a siege tank on the way through as well from Kira currently. As Clem is in position with 2 Stalkers going to start putting damage on the medevac, but he's going to say, I don't care. He's going to start to unload those Marines. Widowmine's going to zone the Stalker to the side. That's actually really nice because the Widowmine basically stops the Stalkers chasing in. Actually going to lose a Stalker there too, so this is really rough because, yeah, Widowmine hitting the Stalker is one of the better trades you can find, but the Adepts get in. They actually don't kill too much just yet. They shade back into trouble. If the Adepts hadn't shaded, this would have been fine, but I think Clem's obviously preoccupied trying to clean up this attack in the main base. We can lose 5 probes in total. So yeah, this drop actually distracts and does a good job, because without that, I think this could have been even worse for Kira. I think he actually would have had more SCVs being lost, so yeah, mistake from Clem as he struggles to keep up around the map. The Hellion dives through to make it +1 probe kill, trying to slow those things down as much as we can. Stalker coming through, probe still coming in, add a couple more barracks on the way from Kira. Yeah, a couple of Marines in the siege tank coming about. Put a barracks or 2 into that as well. You can see our Stalker's going to step on forward. Going to come up this ramp and bang bang. A couple Stalkers taking hits already. Marines also coming through. So another few Stalkers just getting warped in. The Nexus and the battery coming about. Bunker very much so coming through still. 2 pros going down. That Banshee's still going to go shooting. Again, a couple of workers being picked away at right now as the Observer comes up from Clem as well. The Stalker's going to try and hit the Marines. Just going to be lifting back up into the Prism and yeah, Clem in some trouble. The Stalker's definitely not doing as much as he would like them to right now. Is the Banshee here just going to sit and trade, and yeah, for a no-cloak Banshee, getting a whole bunch more workers is huge, and Kira is definitely making a stance in this series right now. Winning this game, going up 3-1 would be absolutely huge for him. As our Stalkers continue to fight. Again, a lot of people asking, why is Clem playing Protoss? Clem has played Protoss versus Terran exclusively since Home Story Cup. He's not played a TVT since Home Story Cup. He has officially switched to playing Protoss versus Terran as his main race. This is not a part-time thing. This is a complete commitment. I'm pretty sure he's not practiced TVT for the last few months. So yeah, he's been practicing pretty much purely PvT. He's been custom in PvT as well. Obviously, it's not quite working out for him here, but just to be clear, this is not like Clem is... Like, Clem has beaten Kira multiple times with his Protoss over the last few months as well. I would actually say, to me, based on results, Kira would be the underdog against Clem's Protoss. Because Kira has been... Kira has been kind of struggling a lot. Like, he's been 3-0, 2-0, just off the recent memory that I have. I think he took a map against Clem in a more recent WardiTV Monday, but generally Clem wins these series. Like, Clem is the favorite against Kira in PvT. Can players race switch on each map? I don't see the rest of the match, but on each map, you can race switch as much as you want during the series. We removed all the rules attached to that. If you want to switch races, you can. Just going to see the bio still pressing upwards. A couple of tanks going to be with this army, and Kira obviously has done a lot of work this game. This is going to be a very difficult defense for Clem, who is in a struggling position. Let's see, he's going to pop the Guardian Shield. The Zealot's just going to dive. Obviously, the faster you go, the more unprepared Kira is. The Widow Mines are going to get so many of these Zealots, though, because the Zealots naturally clump up to try and get rid of the Siege Tanks. So the Siege Tanks provide a very important role. As the Guardian Shield fades, we'll replace it with another. I'm going to say Kira could run up toward the natural. There's a pretty good choke there. He's actually going to hide behind the Force Fields. I don't think it matters. Any fight here is going to be pretty good for Kira, as we're not going to see the intricacies of torches, as Kira is going to go up 3-1 in this grand final. Kira looking for his second TLMC tournament victory. As the Robo Facility goes down, the Gateway is still taking damage. A few more Zealots will get shot away at as well, so they will continue to drop as Stalkers get chased. More Zealots from the high ground run to the low ground. They get cleaned up. We continue to hunt. This is going to be Kira with too much, and a 3-1 lead in his favor. Kira is a map away from winning this TLMC tournament and pulling out a bit of an upset. Let me throw some ads on just so we avoid them during the games, guys. As our fifth map here will be Grid. Or The Grid. Alright, we'll get that set up, guys. I'm actually interested what the exact history is between Clem and Kua recently. Clem is 5-0 against Kua with his Protoss since switching to Protoss versus Terran basically this year. I mean, 30th of December was the first of those results, 3-0. But yeah, Clem 3-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1. So Kua's been getting a little better, but he's mostly only being able to take maps. And this is obviously a much more solidified result so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, as we get this up and rolling, let's get this underway. Not an ideal map for Blink plays. I wonder if he got scared off the Phoenix from the last game just in time for a map that wasn't great for Blink, right? Like, maybe that was it as well. We'll find out as we get ready to go. And head into this this map, The Grid. Game number 5. I don't really agree with everyone calling for Clem to switch to Terran, guys, as well. Like, Clem has a better record with Protoss against Kua in recent history than he does in TVT. I don't know why you guys think Clem switching to Terran is going to help him when he hasn't played TVT for months. I don't think going back to a matchup you've not played for months is going to help you against someone who's also very good in the matchup. Access top right belongs to Clem, and he needs 3 in a row to win this one out. Here in the top left of 3-1. I'd be excited for Kua to win, man. It'd be nice to see someone different win in a big tournament, you know? I'm all for it. Speaking of bigger tournaments, we've just announced the WardiTV Boomer Bash. $3,000 for players of 28 years of age or older. Sorry, Clem. Sorry, MaxPax. You guys ain't getting money in this one. That's going to be happening later on this month, so it's going to be fun. I'm going to think about maybe adding in a special group stage for players who have not played an official match in a set amount of time. Just one group out of the 4 groups. I think I might try and set one group aside for some players that haven't played in a long time. I think that'd be pretty fun. Double gas here from Kua once again, setting up on the more aggressive side of life. Who am I thinking of? Whoever wants to play. I have no opinions. Maru played a tournament last week. Maru played Pigsty. Pigs tournament. Yeah, Bunny today was sick. All the series today have been pretty sick. I mean, Clem MaxPax might not have the scoreline that said it was sick, but those 2 longer games were so good. Kua Bunny was a really awesome series. you could probably argue that this has been the least exciting series of all so far. The first game was actually very good, but I think since then, Q has been kind of just smacking Clem a little bit, so let's see if Clem can get back on track here as Reaper gets turned away. We're actually going to see the Adept coming back in, gets 2 shots off from the Reaper, which is nice, but there's no follow-up to kill it, and that is going to be backing off. Maru also isn't 28 plus. Yeah, great point. Maru's not old enough to play. Not going to step back through, just going to hit the Reaper a little bit. And battery is going to go down on the front of the natural. A couple of Reapers come back over. Yeah, guys, the thing with the Boomer Bash is that it actually is like 95% of players can actually play in it. It's really just a very anti-Clem, MaxPax, and Cyril tournament. We're giving the other guys a chance to play without having to deal with the best of the best, you know. The title maybe overextends the difference in the tournament to what you might expect. Like, we really could have called it the you, Clem, and MaxPax for sick of you taking all of our money tournament, but you know, we didn't. You know, like, we could have called it that one, but we went for the Boomer Bash instead. Make it 30 plus. Yeah, I considered it, but our sponsor agreed on 28 plus originally, so yeah. A couple Reapers hop into the medevac. And this is going to be jumping into the main base. A couple Stalkers right there, and they're going to deflect beautifully. So good defensive position from Clem as Q goes Banshee tank. This is a great map for just pushing Marine tank Banshee on because it's flat ground all the way across. And even into the third. Okay, so Clem takes a fast third as well, so it's going to be flat ground all the way across. So a fast push from Q is absolutely on the cards right here as we come through. And the Talon gets cancelled. The Stalker and the Adept going to try and fire up a little bit as well. Medevac boost to the top. And again, that blink about to finish up. The Stalker's going to be there. Medevac keeps pushed away. Let's see our charge going through. The tank about to finish up. The Marines coming in. And a couple more barracks there as well, as our probe's just going to long distance off the third until it gets finished up. Again, the barracks and the engineering bay coming through. The Stimback coming in, a few more Marines coming about. The Banshee is going to show up, and Clem's not got preparation in the main or natural. Uh-oh. There are 2 observers, so we can split them, but then we've got to split the Stalkers as well effectively. The Banshee in the natural doesn't chase. The Banshee in the main going to get a couple more kills maybe still. Firing quite a few shots actually into the assimilator is unfortunate, as Kira is pushing. And like I say, you're going to arrive very quickly coming onto this third base that's forward from Clem, but he decides to back away. And I think a lot of this as well is that the Banshees have been dealt with, so now Clem is back in position on the third before Kua was set up. If Kua was able to walk in and siege, I think he would have just gone for it. But I think Clem cleaned up the Banshees soon enough right now. Couple tanks will stay sieged up then, so they're just going to play defensive instead. Clem going to hit the charge in his extended thermal, his Colossus coming up, and so I'm expecting to see maybe soon extended thermal lands as well as we get into the tech stage of this game for him. Stalkers blink underneath as Banshee gets turned around. 3 probes falling so far, and the Stalkers will just continue to protect against that Banshee in the upper right-hand side. Hobbs catches in, again, Stimpak, Combat Shield +1 coming through. Colossus is out. We're just getting a second Colossus started. So no Thermal Lance yet. I think players have been delaying Thermal Lance a lot just because of the expense of it. And because they feel as though they can get away with no thermal lance initially, I don't think that's kind of the case here for Clem until he's got a bit more money available. We'll start that up a bit further down the line, perhaps. DC lifts off, can move over to the third. We are going to see the Stalkers getting underneath as well. Why isn't that Banshee in range? It's just the perspective of it. It's because there's a ledge here. So there's a ledge there, so this makes the Banshee, because the Banshee's essentially gone down a layer of terrain. Yeah, because the Banshee's down a layer of terrain, it looks like it's closer than it actually is. That's why. It's just it's an optical illusion in the StarCraft. Why doesn't he blink down the ledge? Can he actually blink on the ledge? Is that a thing? It looks like a real ledge, no? No, he can't. Ew. Then what's the point of the ledge apart from to make things look like you should be able to kill them? Baited by the map makers, guys. Fire gonna load back up off of the top side as we have those drops trying to set up, but Clem is controlling this top side area pretty nicely. The medevacs peel away, the fourth base on the way in from Clem as well. Zealot, Stalkers, Colossus, Sentries gathering up. We are going to get ready. Guardian Shield pops. We're going to start to charge on in. So we commit on through. A couple of Widow Mines are going to go instantly onto the Zealots as Clem loses a lot here straight away. That was not the fight. Those Widow Mines did so much for him. Now he's going to try and micro out of the micro into the retreat. But yeah, his Zealots just got absolutely blasted. Not the fight for Clem as he calls back for the Colossus. Now 3 Colossus at home, but he lifted up a Zealot by mistake. And so the Colossus didn't fit in, so he did lose one of them. So a little bit of a miss micro from Clem as the bio chasing gets turned around, pushed the other direction. Marine Marauder Viking, couple extra Widow Mines still coming through, add some more upgrades in from Cure. And yeah, just a misjudged attack from Clem, who really felt like he could go, and obviously not the case at all. +1 ship weapons, +2 attack coming through. +3, +1 on the side of Clem as well. And Colossus is still going to be popping out. Just going to be running to the front here. Zealot Stalk, Colossus Sentry gathers. And we are going to be seeing this army of Clem continuing to settle on through. Army gathers up. Protoss moving around the top side. We've got ourselves the Prism on the bottom left. Hanging about as well. +3 attack, +1 armor. All of that still building. We had a few more Stalkers into play. The Prism makes its way out over the right-hand side as Zealot Stalker Colossus gathers up again. We got a few Zealots unloading in the bio. Army gathers up. Here comes an army in the upper right-hand side as the Stalker Colossus will gather. A couple of Widow Mine shots coming through. Clem trying to pose a threat on a couple of different angles. Colossus are going to fire. A couple of Sense Towers in some trouble. I like that because it removes the idea of information later on. These Zealots on the bottom side going to charge through again. Widow Mine, we actually split from it though. Good control as the Stalkers try to capitalize, get rid of some Vikings, and protect the Colossus. Kira not allow that fourth. Clem going into the fifth base already, into the bottom right side. He push in up through the top. The Zealots are going to charge forward, and our Stalkers and our Colossus there. Again, a good threat. But the tank is in a good position too. I like that tank because it does a lot of kind of pushing you back, and now the Zealot count is being withered away on this side as well. So we are getting into this fourth. It's going to be cool though. Clem coming in from this different direction, but he actually has potentially the chance to get pincered a little bit, and Clem's going to have to retreat. So let's try and stand their ground. It's not it at all. Clem was not ready for Cure just to come down from the two sides. And Cure looking for his first ever official victory against Clem's Protoss. Again, he's never beaten Clem playing Protoss in the last few months. He's 0-5 against him. Potentially in the biggest series that they will play against each other in this matchup. And at least so far. It is looking as though Cure is going to get it together and pull out the victory, because that was a massive win for him. Clem gets the Disruptors. But this is going to be desperation mode Clem now. He is going to be in a difficult position. He's going to have to try with disruptors to buy time, but he's only got 2. His 4th base in trouble. He just stepped forward there, and Cure is able to collapse in on him. I like the idea of changing the direction of attack, but the setup was not there for it, as he will push the Vikings back with a disruptor shot or 2, but it's just not going to be enough. Cure is going to get the victory here as he takes it 4-1 over Clem in the grand finals of the TLMC tournament. Congrats to Cure, who is going to be the champion today. Super happy for him. Yeah, it's so cool to see a bit of a different champion, actually. Obviously, love Clem, love MaxPax and Hero, but to see someone else actually come through and pick up a win is pretty darn cool in the end. So, yeah, hell yeah. I love it. I love it. Alrighty, guys. GG's. Congrats to Cure, who is your TLMC tournament champion. Now, just to let you guys know, on Twitch, we're going to be moving into some sponsored content. We're going to be playing Fragpunk for an hour as part of a Twitch bounty. So we'll be getting right into that in just a few moments. I do just want to say, of course, first of all, thank you for watching the TLMC tournament. We are going to have more WardiTV events starting tomorrow. WardiTV Mondays will start to qualify players into the WardiTV Seasonal Championships, as well as using a different map pool. We're going to use some of the TLMC maps in the WardiTV map pools as well. If you've enjoyed these maps, please go vote on them. Please go check out the link in the Twitch chat. Go vote on these maps for the TLMC. We would love to see more votes in that regard. That would be amazing. So please do check that out. I gave you guys the link in the Twitch chat. If you want it in the YouTube chat, I'm happy to... I'll just paste it over there as well. Go vote for these maps and give some love to them. Yeah, that's pretty much all I've got to say on that one. Obviously, we'll be back for more StarCraft 2 tomorrow. I'm going to pretty quickly switch on over to the sponsored content, guys, because we get paid based on viewership. So, obviously, if you want to support the channel for free, stick around on the Twitch channel, and we can you can watch the sponsored content, and it helps us massively because it helps us to support more StarCraft 2 tournaments. So, stick around if that sounds good to you. And we'll get this underway. Awesome. Perfect. So yeah, we're going to be playing Fragpunk. So yeah, we'll get this set up. We'll move into our sponsored content. Again, obviously, shout out to Monster and Team Liquid for having the tournament as well. Like I said, just trying to move along quickly because of the the sponsored stuff. But obviously, it's been a super fun event as well. And yeah, it's just been great. It's been awesome. Alright, I don't really have much more to say. I really did round it out pretty nicely. YouTube, I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. If you're on the YouTube stream, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Your likes still matter at the end because it tells more people to watch the VOD. So do check that out too. And thank you so much. I'll see you guys next time on the YouTube, which will be tomorrow for WardiTV Mondays.